one. And let's see, what kind of background music do we want with this? Hi there, Skrishtia.
Hi.
Hello.
This is for
Can you up your level a little bit, Dooley? Like your voice level?
I can, I think. Tell me if this makes a difference on your end. Does that help at all?
Yeah, it's a little better. I'll bump mine up as well.
Alright, hold on.
Just compared to like Sean and the others, you're a little low.
I feel a little low. Thanks for recognizing. Where the fuck is my microphone volume?
I say you can use a pick-me-up. Hey, there's some now.
Give it to my microphone. What's that static? Oh my god!
But then that'd be in poor taste. My daughter's friend just OD'd from yesterday. Oh.
Well, I mean, you know, okay. Now it's in poor taste.
Yeah. I forgot about it. I was just like...
So is that a bit of TMI, but I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
And I hope they're okay.
Yeah, is she alright? Did she survive? You know what? I don't know if I want to know.
No, he didn't.
Oh shit, I really didn't want to know.
Yeah. No, it's alright. It's alright.
I mean, it really isn't, but it is what it is.
Eventually,
I don't know where my fucking microphone volume... Ah, there we go. Ha ha! That little bit. Did something fuck up?
Your music stopped, but other than that, everything's fine. I need to just not say and just let it play. Sorry, dude.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I just want to check my audio. Did I bring my headset in here? I think I brought my headset in.
So, tell me good news, guys.
I got a new phone. Is that good news?
my birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday. Happy new phone.
Happy new phone.
Oh, you too? Yeah, I just got my new one in yesterday.
Yeah.
I bought the newer version of my old phone.
The ZTE or something?
I got a Pixel 3 XL, and then I bought another Pixel 3a XL.
Nice. Apparently the Pixel 4a is going to be amazing and at a decent price too.
Well, then I'm going to feel like a fool for having bought this one. But I wanted a new phone.
You shouldn't.
Well, I choose to, damn it. I have that freedom. There we go. There's my headset. And while that's pairing, I gotta jump into Twitch to see if...
I get injected, John.
Yes, pair, please. See my live.
Yeah, for Gnomes coming. Really good.
There's so much that I'm just learning and figuring out.
That noise
I've been
suppression
using
was
Roll
important.
20, not nearly as good as D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
It seemed pretty analog.
It just is missing some of the nice features. Like the layout and the design and being able to get the information so much smoother in D&D Beyond. But it doesn't have the tabletop aspect.
Yeah.
But we got the sandbox. We need the tabletop aspect.
Yeah. This is actually boss. I love the sandbox.
It's pretty sweet.
Wow, that makes a difference. Okay. And you guys aren't coming through the desktop audio. I guess there's no way around it. Alright, so that's going to be like that then. I got you guys cranked up a little bit. So I'm assuming you'll come through the stream audio properly at this point. Somebody give me a bass. Butchie, give me a bass. Oh. Oh, that was sort of a bass. Thanks there, Sean. That's better. All right. Okay, that's a decent balance.
Somebody coming into the crystal store? That seems like the door chime at a store that sells crystals.
Okay, sounds like this is gonna be good. Let's rock and roll, shall we? Tin, why don't you go ahead and regale us with what happened last week on Hunters?
So last time on Hunters, Doc, Aldous, Resvin, and Serena ditched the Throne's carrier boat with an unconscious Amaranth and 2 deckhands as captive. They tied the deckhands up and decided to head back to Roderick's stronghold. Unfortunately, Amaranth awoke and was able to escape her body. She tried to reason with the party, but to no avail. And with a single word, she disappeared from the party's gaze. The 4 of them searched for her, Doc slitting the throats of the deckhands without anyone's notice. Meanwhile, Tomas was called away with other business. He returned to Roderick's and was given a cart covering and horses to retrieve his party members. He was aided with 2 of Roderick's best people, Markham and Riga. While making their way to the docks, these 3 encountered Iron Throne henchmen and a chase ensued. Eventually, it culminated with the reunion of the party, where they took care of the chasers, as well as knocking Amaranth unconscious and binding her once again. They made their way back to Roderick's for a long rest. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious stranger with fangs entered their story.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Good
I was
master
about 10 minutes before the game, guys.
Well,
no one can be slitting people's throats. Why do you have to remind them?
Just the... Yes. So, is it the next morning, Julie, or are we still at nighttime from, like, have we taken our long rest yet or not?
Well, that depends on you guys. Are you sticking around for a conversation, or are you asking for payment and getting the fuck out?
I guess we're staying the whole way through. I want to know what the hell's going on personally.
He acted very respectfully, almost to the point of being tender with our Morans. I want to see what's going on there, and also, like, your guys' hideout seemed like a bit of a shack. He's sort of got a mansion.
Well,
I'll have you know that shack is abandoned, sir.
Is Amaranth awake at all or no?
Armorant, Lady Armorant Lovelace, is very much awake, although bruised, battered, cut. She's not bleeding. I mean, everything's staunched at this point. She's conscious. She's semi-conscious, really. I mean, she's out of it. She's exhausted.
Okay, if we're still the night before, I'll cast suggestion on her and see if it works.
Okay.
I say
she's gonna get a 15 on a wisdom save there.
she makes it. Yeah, she makes it.
So
that's my last.
As you bard force upon her, she'll just look away from you. See if I can get myself some proper audio going here. I jump back. This soundtrack's not bad, but not really what I want. Yeah, we can go with something like... Come on, back up. Fucking JavaScript, I tell you. And... Holy shit, page down, you fucker. Why this is not in alphabetical order, I don't know. Okay, there we go. As you're standing alongside Armorant, you look towards her and begin muttering a few words, aiming to start accentuating a suggestive tongue. But the immediate moment that your magic starts to flare up in your voice, you can already see an arcanic flaring of her own as she completely instinctually resists upon the effect almost before it has left your lips.
Well, I can try that tomorrow. So.
As Roderick looks up towards you and then back at her for a moment, barely noticing what's occurred, he looks towards his gentleman and says, "This is an occasion for a cup of tea, I should think. At the very least." And he stands up, straightening his surcoat as he looks towards Armorant and walks in towards her and says, "There is a single question I would ask before all others, Lovelace." And she's bound and gagged. She's just kind of woozy a little bit, looking towards you, towards Roderick, and then looks over towards the lot of you guys, and then finally looks back towards him as he says, "Did you expect to find yourself in this position at all?" She groans a response and looks away. He doesn't smile, although he does maybe upturn the corners of his mouth a little bit as he walks away from Armorant. Looking towards each of you, he says, "I have to admit I did not expect to see her and you standing here in my doorway." The camera pans down along the street outside to show the nestled little building amidst all the others. Very nice.
You said that she had a bounty on her head, so we thought bringing her alive would be better than dead.
He gives a nod at this and says, "Indeed." He walks over towards his seat and behind it, and from behind it, he walks over towards his seat, he looks down behind it, and he gives a tap with his foot. And he says, "You'll find it all there."
Oh.
Despite not expecting it, I had my hopes. And I have to admit, you have not disappointed. He comes towards Armorant one more time, rubbing his neck as he does. And he gives a nod and looks towards you as you start to speak. What?
So, what's next, Roderick?
He
haven't ruined her name yet.
He gives a nod at this and says, "There's time for that. In the meantime, I'll enjoy a cup of tea while she stands here and I enjoy the moment. Simply savor that I'm alive and well to appreciate this. Your payment in full here. I will be convening with the others, and we shall be deciding her fate. However, there still stands the matter of the gold itself."
I do want to say something to Roderick before we continue.
Okay.
Are you aware of magical abilities?
He gives a nod at this and says, "Yes. Once my gentleman returns with the tea, I'll be procuring the manacles that I have kept to the side for such guests." And as assuredly his gentleman does show up some moments later with kettle and cup, he gives a nod and mutters for the manacles in question. After a moment, the gentleman has disappeared and reappeared with an unsightly pair of rusted old manacles that have strange glyphs glowing from beneath the coating of metallic, what's the word for it? Growth. Wasn't the word I was looking for, but it'll work. No, I said rust already. I was looking for another word. It's always good to do that. Always good to do that. Point being, though.
Tarnished?
Maybe? What is that?
Tarnish?
Oh, tarnished. I didn't hear you properly. But yeah, there you go. The layers of tarnish upon them. That's very good. Take 5 experience. Excellent. There you go. That said, as she looks down towards them, you watch as she rolls her eyes and begins to protest from behind the gag. To no avail, as Roderick watches his butler snap the manacles into position. She immediately, Armorant, groans in audible, visible pain as she almost swoons for a moment and then stumbles, seeming like she's about to fall over. Now, Serena, you said you were cuddling up to her, so you're within proximity to do something about this, and probably the only one to care.
I'm going to try to catch her if she's about to fall over.
Okay, you can throw me a quick dex check. Nothing fancy. 10 or better.
15.
You easily scoop an arm under Armorant's armpit, hooking against the woman. You stabilize her as she regains her strength and comes under her own power, standing straight back up. She still feels weak against your own touch, and you can sense a change in the air around her. You'd almost say that you smell sour milk. He watches the manacles. Suddenly, their glyphs brighten and change shade ever so slightly from the light blue that they were to a deeper, more prevalent blue.
Is there somewhere that I can set her down gently?
Roderick gives a nod and points over towards the couch on the other side of the fireplace. Set her down over there. You can remove the gag.
Alright, I do just that, being as gentle as I can, and the gag out.
Okay. That happens as you set the woman down upon the seat and remove the gag ever so carefully. She doesn't say anything until you're clear of her face, at which point she looks up and says, "Thank you." She says it elegantly and simply. She says it with intention, and after that, she looks beyond you towards Roderick with an icy stare. Roderick waits for a moment and then sits himself down and then asks, "Tea?" Lovelace gives a simple nod. "Yes, please. That would be fine." Roderick gives a nod and his gentleman sets a teacup in front of her. And then Roderick himself implores the lot of you. "Anybody else?" he asks.
Take some whiskey if you have it.
Yeah, got something stronger.
I'll take some tea.
He gives a nod.
Yeah.
The gentleman, I can't remember his butler's name, actually. I've called him the gentleman so much I've totally forgotten his name. I think it was Reeves? Reeves or...
Yeah, it was close to Jeeves, but you changed it to like Reeves or something.
So, if you can find it, Tin. I didn't have it in my notes, but...
I don't have it in my notes either.
he's Reeves now. Anyhow,
Jenkins.
was it Jenkins?
Yeah.
Maybe.
There you go. Yeah, you know what? I think maybe that's right. Terrific. Well done. 5 experience. So Jenkins looks over towards Aldous and with a smile hands the teacup forth. A gentleman after all, yes? A gentleman in the mix after all, eh? And
Thank you very much.
as you take it, he gives a nod at your courtesy and begins pouring the at your gratitude and begins pouring the tea. He looks over towards Roderick and says, I shall be away and return with the liquors and honey. He
I
says,
do call out to him.
okay.
Respectively stealing mine as well. I am half orc after all.
Sorry, you wanted what? What are you saying?
Tea with a splash of whiskey.
Oh, okay, fair enough. He'll pour you one, and then put down the pot as I was saying, and as it clinks down, he stands up elegantly and leaves the chamber.
When Serena calls him, I'll look over to the guy and I'll reach in and I'll grab some. I'm gonna probably mispronounce this. Tartinian spice, and I'll give it to him and say, "Here, make this for the next time."
He looks upon it, and taking it from you, his eyes grow slightly wider, and he raises an eyebrow, giving it a sniff. He gives a shake of his head and says, "Very good," and he leaves. Tartinian, did you say?
Yeah, you said it's overseas tea, Tartinian, I believe. Tartination. I don't know, something spiced.
Tartinian, you're right.
Yeah, I think it's Tartinian spice. It
Okay,
was
cool.
3 grand or 3 gold.
3 grand, yeah, right.
It was 3 gold. It was the more expensive of the 2 that I bought. Because
Okay.
I also got a Cowsley Oolong.
Cowsley Oolong. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not the one I gave him. I gave him
No,
the
you gave him the
Tartinian
Tartinian.
spice.
Cool.
'Cause that one was the.
Did I ever describe any smells off them or anything like that? Just wondered if I gave you any details ahead of time.
Overseas. It was
Okay,
from
cool.
overseas.
No, I'm down with that. All right. As he does this, he says, "It smells sweet yet earthy," and he walks away. What's up, babe?
So,
Stuffed
Miss
with the butter.
Lovelace.
Hello.
It's right over there.
All right.
It's Miss Lovelace.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
So where were we? Is that close?
She just cast a charm spell onto the.
Years ago, and I tell you, it's the longest duration lasting spell I've ever had. Sorry, where was I? So the fellow leaves the chamber, and Roderick, looking down towards his tea, gives it a stir of his spoon, putting it to the side. He says, "So, here we are. I hadn't expected to see you, but I have every intention of making use of you now that you're here." She, Lovelace, that is. Let's get this situated properly there. Lovelace calmly says nothing at first. Roderick continues as he says, "This didn't have to be this way. We have common interests, but I could not be a part of something as what you had suggested. You understand. I'm a businessman. I'm not a merchant of death." Armorant gives a nod at this, and then looking at her tea, still doesn't say anything as she just listlessly, slowly lifts her eyes and looks back at Roderick. Jenkins walks in, clinking as he does, with a couple glasses, a bowl of something steaming, and a few bottles with corks in them. As he efficiently and quickly and efficiently undoes each bottle, pours a little here and there, and drops some of the steaming cubes into the liquids. He hands them forth to each of you, pouring a little whiskey into the tea, and so forth.
Thank you.
The little cubes he places in your fluids bob up and down within them, cracking within the fluid.
So,
Jenkins clears out a moment later as Tomas, you say? Sorry?
Miss Lovelace, are you going to give us some silent treatment?
She simply looks towards you and says, "What would you have me say?"
Well, seeing as no one knows that you're here and that you're kind of in a pickle, I would say you should start talking.
And what would you have me say? She looks up towards you after a second and then finally reaches forward. Taking her tea in her grasp, she slurps it loudly. Placing the tea back down on the table, Roderick says, actually, Roderick, Roderick,
Well,
he stares at her for a moment and then he will get up. No, he doesn't even get up. He just takes his, he doesn't do anything too dramatic. He just takes his scarf off and lets her see the scar around his neck as he says, "You almost had me. You almost had what you wanted. But now this is all blown up in your face. And you have nothing to say for any of this. You haven't a word." He drinks his tea as she looks at him. And then she says, "There was a deal to be had. For the good of this country, there was a deal in place, and you, and any other chicken shits, backed out of it. We found ourselves on a blunt end, and the throne does not take kindly to deserters." Poor Roderick. Or so you would have been. We had already paid for the hospital to be rebuilt. You're nothing but a common gold leech. I've heard of creatures that hunt in
Anybody
the
else have a hard time
darkness.
hearing him?
Oh yeah?
a little.
Anyway, she says, "I've heard of creatures that live in the darkness, that live in the underbelly of tombs and dungeons long forgotten, that eat metal and rust. And I would say that those creatures have more sense than you in your actions here." And she looks over towards all of you and says, "Having dragged you into this, I wonder what your plan is. What is the end game, old man, now that you've brought all of these individuals into it? Do you think you can match the throne? Do you and your fellow investors believe that you can match the military might of our machine?"
Well, we did pretty well with you.
She gives a smirk and says, "Yes, I suppose you did. You managed to take a single individual, a single element of an entire army. Have you ever heard of a game called chess?"
Yeah, you mean a game that you can win by getting rid of one piece? That one?
Are you the sort of person to celebrate every individual piece you take?
Was it a celebration just when we took you?
The question becomes, do you have a plan to follow up this single piece with?
I
That's for us to
believe,
know.
Roderick, yeah, go ahead, what?
I believe you might be able with this, my lady. If you are familiar with chess, you understand that when a piece falls, it is captured, taken, compromised. Since you have been taken, the throne will doubtlessly see you as a loss, a source of information to its enemies. And it is my understanding that they are not especially forgiving to those who pose a threat to their interests. You
She
were
gives a
dead
nod.
to the throne the moment we took you. You will do well to remember that. I knocked you unconscious when the others might have slit your throat. I stabilized your wounds when you were bleeding to death after trying to flee us. Do not make me regret this generosity. You are no longer part of the throne. Like it or not, you are now one of us.
She gives a smile at this and says, "Perhaps in truth, you do have some morals. Perhaps there is some hope for you after all." And she looks down and then looks towards Roderick. "Do they know your history, Roderick? You speak so eloquently of not letting yourself be what you already are. It seems to me perhaps you haven't divulged the whole of your history to these individuals who, if I'm not mistaken, have your best interests on a more altruistic basis. But in truth, Roderick was more than happy to take gold." "Shut your mouth, Armorant," Roderick interrupts. As Roderick puts down his teacup, "I'll not listen to your bloody slander." And she says, "It's not slander, it's the simple truth. You profited from other people's deaths repeatedly and didn't have any problem with it until it affected you directly. If your family hadn't..." "You shut it." "They don't know, do they, why you pulled out of the deal?" This does bode to be interesting, doesn't it? She takes her tea at this and begins to slurp it. Roderick gives a sigh and heavily puts a hand on his tea for a moment and then says, "My son and my brother had joined the opposite forces. They had joined the opposing forces, so I stopped." It's
Yeah,
true.
with the throne? Are you saying? Is that what you're saying?
He gives a sigh and gives a slow shake of his head, and Armorant simply fills in, "No, it was to be our first endeavor together, wasn't it, Roderick? No, he hadn't had dealings with us just as yet. It was his first foray into, how did your son put it, the big leagues?"
Okay, so yeah, that's all fine and dandy, but like, so the Iron Throne is working to get forces up to the north. Is that what is that correct, Amran?
She looks towards you and says, "Don't you know of the age-old skirmishes between Zental Keep, Cormyr, and Thay? We have had to defend ourselves time and again from those who would threaten our borders, our border towns. We have had occupations that we've had to repel time and again. And his brother, his blood and bone, now nestled on the other side of the river. And you speak to me of your..." She just does that and lets it go, taking another sip of her tea. Roderick, looking dour down into his cup, takes a drink of it and puts it down. "And what of it then? I've learned my lesson. How I learned it doesn't matter in as much as the fact that I have. And you chose to take my life for it. I chose to take your life for your cowardice, for your choice to abandon a plan that was well in motion. The contract stipulated very succinctly one was not to back out, and you simply rerouted the money. All
What
of it.
was his part, Amaranth, then? If you're so willing to tell us.
Don't you know anything? Why am I
No.
here in the presence of such ignorant knobs? Fine. You haven't told them a thing, and they've just gone along with it for the coin, is it? I'll give you 10,000 gold apiece to release me right now. See, Roderick, to the sword. This moment. 10,000 gold. I promise you this. Take me back to the warehouse. And she just sits there, resolute, serious. 100%. Come on, then. 1,000 platinum apiece. I'll pay you directly out of the coffers. It'll be a blink. It's 10% of the finder's fee. It's a 10% finder's fee, is what she says. You could not possibly ask for better anywhere. What did he pay you to have me here? A paltry 50 platinum.
Do you wish to repeat your last attempt to bribe us? I would sooner see you not hurt, my lady, but if you insist.
She looks at you and says, "Is it bribery? Were you not paid to conduct your task here? Would I simply not be your new employer?"
The thing is, you tried to kill us, and that's why we went after you.
You tried to kill me first.
No, we didn't. We came to you. We were gonna do business with you, and you attacked us first.
You ambushed us in the warehouse.
Why did
So-
you come to me? Did you come to me looking for work?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You came to me at the beck of this man. And she looks across the room at Roderick.
Technically, Roderick did not promise us. We actually made a deal with him after you attacked us.
Do you mean to tell me?
Our plans with Roderick were cease and assist after we got him here. We weren't going to contact him at all. You forced our hand. You made the miscalculation.
You made the simple error in judgment to follow the trail and attempt to end an operation in process. And so you find yourself at the wrong end of a bad business deal.
I cannot speak for them, but in my dealings with Roderick, I have found him to be honorable. I cannot say the same of your throne. Those who work for you are in danger, without their rights, living in fear. I wish to bring that crashing down.
She rolls her eyes at this and says, "You don't know a thing about our operation, do you?"
I know what I have seen, and I do not like a bit of it.
Without our operation, Arabelle simply would cease to be. The
So I have
whole
a
of this
question,
city.
Roderick. Where are we at on this?
Roderick just
I get the point of you not wanting to go against your son and your brother, but is that what we're holding over this whole deal, or where are we standing here? Because really, I have no desire to be a freedom fighter or any of this crap. But
he gives a look. He gives a sharp glance towards you and says, "Oh, please, I'm not asking anybody to be a rebellious fighter for me. I simply did not want to be involved in this business stealing, and rather than get a refund, they tried to rout the money and take my life. Now, as I said, it's become personal. If they want to have this operation, they'll have to go through the process all over again. In the meantime, 10,000 gold is promised, is it? Cormyrean military promises a 5% finder. The Cormyrean military properly takes a 5% finder's fee. Were we to mobilize them, they would take 500 platinum. If it's 1,000, then so be it. And Armoran simply says, I promised them 1,000 apiece. And Roderick says towards her, I doubt they would ever see it. Recover the monies. I can negotiate the finder's fee easily. It's a paltry amount. 10% of the total sum is nothing in this regard.
Yeah, Amran, we know that the money was here at least a day ago, so where the fuck is it?
She gives a titter. And how the devil, and all the devils, should I be able to tell you exactly where the gold is when I'm here in your midst? Although I will say, as we sit here, you can be assured they've been mobilizing since the moment you took that ship.
Yeah, it's probably moved. Let's be honest. But thing is, we can do our methods. We can make you talk. So, do you want to do it your own free will, or do you want us to force it out of you?
She rolls her eyes.
Obviously.
She rolls her eyes at this and simply
She
says,
does know where it is. She offered us 1,000 gold each, which means she knows where the money is.
Well, she knows where an amount of money is.
Exactly. I don't care if it's the Cormyrian money, funding the military, or other money.
I like the way Rez is thinking on this.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. Seems a little too neat of a bow for her, let's be honest.
We got paid to deliver her already, right?
Yeah, I was gonna
Isn't
say,
it?
it's in the chest if you guys want to take it anytime.
Yeah. Well, take it after we go to bed. It seems a little. Yeah. So we'll want it. We'll want people by the throne right now. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we don't have to divide it up right now, but we'll grab the chest. Somebody grab that
Yeah,
chest.
I will walk over and take money out of the chest. It does not bother me at all.
Yeah.
Justin's going all OG. Split that shit up.
Yeah.
Count that shit out later. We'll do that later.
So, Amran, are we
Aslan.
wanted men then, or women? Serena, you're used by it, but are we? I think
They are.
They don't know who has her.
Yeah, they don't know. But she saw her. She knows we survived the warehouse. So I don't know if she. Did you know that we survived the warehouse fire before we came to the docks?
We had our suspicions when we could not count the number of bodies in the warehouse.
They didn't know shit.
Tell her all this.
I'm just imagining this regal elf throws the teacup away. You didn't know a thing.
So
Can we knock her the fuck out so we can all go take a nap?
I can. We're not
That's the
gonna.
cost.
We have to.
So-
So she won't get any.
I'm just curious. Are we gonna take her back and do that route and get paid that money? Or we just-
I don't trust that shit. I don't trust her. She's not. I'd
Uh,
rather. We kind of know. Rada kind of owes us. She doesn't owe us.
Still want the money, don't think we need her to get it.
Yeah.
I suppose I have one other way to put things in the context that she would understand.
Tell me a story.
Assume that you cooperate, that you obey, or even that you escape. When you get out, you will be met with someone having replaced you. Perhaps you will return to an operation that has grown past you. If that is the case, you may as well help us to take out your rivals.
She
We
looks.
are determined to get to this chest of platinum. We will have to fight through someone to do it.
She looks you dead in the eye, and as you're saying all this, continues to just stare through it, and says, "You don't understand, do you? I'm loyal to my country. Cormyr will expand north. We will take Zendel Keep. We will take Thay. And whether it's in my lifetime or my children's, we will take those lands.
Oh, so you're a zealot.
So the Iron Throne works with the Cormyrean Kingdom. Then is that my understanding of what you're saying?
She looks over towards you, raising an eyebrow. You hunters really are an affront. And then says, no, the Cormyrean military, in truth, is a giant mercenary-like organization. And the Iron Throne, while being protectorate to Arabelle and the surrounding lands, will also see conquest. This country was built on conquest, and nobody has ever been able to stand in the way of this kingdom. Nobody ever will stand in the way of this kingdom. Perhaps you're right, and she looks over towards Serena. There will be somebody replaced me. I can only hope that they do my job better than I have, for I have clearly failed.
What's up north? What is so important? Just to expand, that seems so arbitrary. The Iron Throne must want something up there. That you can't get without conquering it.
She looks towards you and says, arbitrary. Tell that to the families on the front. Tell that to the families in those frontierlands. Those who would mine the ore that is brought to Suzail to be fashioned into the baubles that the royalties have upon their wrists. Tell those people that their lands are arbitrary to the kingdom. Tell those children who grow in their father's and mother's shadow to one day till those lands and reap those rewards for this kingdom. Tell them. And she looks towards Roderick that they're arbitrary.
And what gives Cormyr the right?
We have proven it. Our lands grow, they're fertile, our people, stalwart, proud. What is Zendel Keep? Band of misfits spread out. A black plague upon this all of Toril, it seems. From the Sword Coast to the Moon Sea, their reach is thin, vein-like, a disease. And she looks over towards Roderick, and your blood sits there. Your blood and bone took to their side.
Can we do like a history like I'm trying to understand like the history of all this right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? Just
as in Zenthara.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, they're still a thing, bro. Zendel Keep ain't much. Like, it's just, tiny kingdom up north a ways, but it's still a far-reaching empire. It's just a terrible, deadly thing, and you can be a part of Zendel Keep, and, it's a terrible organization to be a part of, but they got their perks, like any,
No.
The benefits are alright. They got good ocular,
So, Thay, is that like, I forget, refresh my memory. That's Red Wizards.
That's the Red Wizards, and they're a bit further north. So, what she's talking about with the Moon Seas is the Moon Seas, Zendel Keep, and then Cormyr down here, and so she's saying spread up there. Thay is basically on the other side of the Moon Sea.
Okay, so, like, is Cormyr run by like a sovereign? Like, is it like run by
the
like
sovereign
one
in this
person?
case is King Oberskir. It's been the longest lineage of Oberskir of any lineage of any kingdom for the most part. I don't know of a longer one. I mean, Underhome would qualify, but they kind of got wiped out, so whatever. Point being, though, is that it's something Oberskir. You can look them up, but the king's lineage has long been, the primary rulers of the place.
And then the Iron Throne doesn't work with the king, the kings. They're separate.
They don't work with the royalty, but you got to remember the Purple Dragons are a mercenary group. Okay,
Yeah.
It's the military is a giant mercenary group. And so, in short, if if you go out and if you like conquest some fucking lands in Oberskir's name, and there's no weird political fallout about it, hey, fucking A, the kingdom will pay you for that shit. You know, and they'll give you taxes off it, and they'll give you all sorts of kickbacks. Oh, you got land for the kingdom? Oh, fucking A! Great, we're gonna build another Marsember or Suzail on the fucking Moon Sea. Here we go. You know, they're all about that for sure. Like she said, this kingdom was built on conquest.
I turn to Rotherick. And what would you propose instead? Would you propose peace?
I have no problem with peace with this woman. She can rot in my cellar for a week or two, and afterwards we'll let her out in the street just fine. She'll find gainful employment sucking cocks in alleyways for a while or some such before she gets pulled into another alley for another purpose altogether. And then he kind of gives a shake of his head and says, I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm angry.
Hello.
What's up, buddy?
Hello.
Alright, as we were.
So, you want to discredit the Iron Throne in Arabelle. And then try to figure out where the hell the money went and then collect it and then...
He gives a nod at this and he says, by morning I'll know what the plan with their money is. I doubt they've moved it already. There's simply too much. That hit upon the caravan. It wouldn't have worked if you hadn't been so ready for it, and you were not ready for this. He looks across at her, and she lowers her eyes and gives a nod. It is true. It would take some time to mobilize the force necessary to move that gold. But rest assured, we are assuredly working on it.
Okay, so we know that you're the face of this operation. Who the hell is running it?
Are you taking a good look at her face?
Yes, I am. I say, who's running it then? Who's your boss?
If he goes and gets a wig, man, like it'll be awesome. Like he's basically a thespian. It's
The
like
wine?
Shakespeare stuff.
You finished all of them.
Yeah?
You didn't have some.
Oh, sorry. Go get more.
Like, gonna go back one more. That's okay. That's why I was interrupting you. Always been a
Oh, the wine that I finished? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's all good. It's all good.
As it were.
If you're asking who runs the Iron Throne house?
Yeah, who do you work for? You're part of the fucking foot, right? So,
She, yes, I work for the fucking foot, and it is going to fuck you in your ass. When it finds out what you've done, it is going to step on you, crush you, drill you with the heel. I've spent a lot of time practicing these idioms, so I'm having a lot of fun with this. I want you to know. Oh, you're in for it.
I don't know, Missy. I think we can handle ourselves.
She gives a nod at this.
You people underestimate hunters. And you've got to know that we got nothing to lose. You do.
Perhaps, but I don't believe that I underestimate hunters. I think you underestimate your employment opportunities.
Again, you tried to kill us. And we hold very, very long grudges.
And, in truth, we find grudges to be bad for business. You've made your choice. It's fine.
I could just easily snitch up that right now if I wanted to.
You could. But then Rotherick would be out a prisoner, and you would be out the potential for ransom. Which is something that nobody has spoken of. Everybody has spoken of how I will be deserted. Left behind and
that's
such.
important.
I'm not looking to ransom anybody.
You think you're that important to the Iron Throne. You're not. You think yourself a rook or a bishop, but you're more of a pawn. let's be honest, you're a pawn. If we're going with the chess analogies, you're the smallest pawn I've ever seen.
She gives a nod at all this and says, "Perhaps, but I have not mistaken your penchant for coin."
Oh. Are we done here?
Roderick puts down an empty cup
I
and
think
stands
I have
up.
less of a chance of getting killed by Roderick than by them trying to collect my money. So
My lady, I will say that your zealotry surprises me. I had not surmised you be capable of such sincerity. I must say I respect it almost as much as I pity it. May you find peace in your imprisonment.
She simply smiles at this. And you, eloquent to a fault. She gets up and says, "Where am I to be imprisoned then?" "Your cellar, next to your wines." And Roderick gives a chuff at this and says, "No, my dear, I was joking about that.
I wasn't.
There is a bedroom yon. There's no windows, and we will bar the door from the outside."
Roger, you're sure those manacles cannot be broken out of?
He gives a shake of his head and says, "Positive."
You bet your life on it.
There's a special key for it that I only have a single copy of. As you'll notice, there's no keyhole upon the manacles.
And she's unable to cast spells well in those.
Rest assured that if she were able to, she would be casting spells even now. Were we to survive it.
My friends here kind of beat the shit out of her, and I probably, from looking from their appearances, and they don't seem to have any magic left for tonight, so I'm assuming she doesn't either.
He gives a nod at all this and says, "Will you require anything else for the evening, gentlemen?"
No, we should. I think as a group we'll probably talk. We'll probably need to talk just to gather ourselves. But
Yeah.
we are still.
Beat up as all hell.
Yeah.
I looked to the butler guy. I don't remember what his name is. Frederick or
Jenkins, yeah.
Jenkins.
And I say, yeah, I asked him if he could have some steamed roots prepared in the morning.
He gives a nod at this. "Of course, sir."
I do want to specifically compliment him on his food. It was exceptionally nourishing.
He gives a bow and a smile at this.
Does anyone want to punch her in the face to make her go unconscious for like just once?
Roderick,
I'll punch her in the face.
you're gonna punch her in the face? Just run off.
Yeah, just knock her out.
Make me an attack roll. At advantage, she is restrained.
Let's see. Oh, it's a natural 20.
Is it really?
Yeah.
All right.
I
mean,
pretty
don't
open
have no strength, so
That's fine,
I do
dude.
one damage.
You describe it. You tell me. I mean, it's
just,
2
I
damage,
just go up
really.
to her and say, "Good night," and I just I jab her right in the nose so I can break it.
Holy fuck, dude.
Dude, Tomas, you went dark, dude.
Is
Alright.
she bleeding? This
Being that this is a natural 20, Tomas walks in front of you guys, and as the camera pans down, it shows about the shoulder height on Aldous as he's slurping tea and looks over towards Doc there, and Lucian, you looking forward. You take a haul on your mug there, as we see the shadows of your companions flickering against the firelight of the fireplace. Their shadows casting around, the reflections shown in the nearby portraiture and whatnot. As you walk into frame, going dark against the impending light, speaking your piece, and then suddenly directly you swing downwards, not so much to cause damage as to knock her out, and not so much as to knock her out, but as to crush her nose bone, her nose and cartilage and whatnot. The little bit of framing easily collapses. The cartilage crushes. There's a loud and satisfying pop, like somebody rolling a rolling pin across a bunch of bubble wrap. As the smack echoes about the room and quickly deadens away against the carpeture and furs and fabrics, Roderick winces and Armorant collapses, thudding down as you shake your hand in sudden shock of the impact.
Sorry about that.
No, like, you're better than that. And I shove him away, and I fix her nose.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I fix her, yeah, like I'm not gonna pump any healing points into her, but I'm gonna use medicine, and I'm gonna, like, set it.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, fair enough.
And
Roll me
that
medicine.
kit, if that works.
Yeah.
Does Resvin have a medicine kit?
Or a healer's kit.
Yeah.
Okay, make me a roll.
I did. Okay, so medicine.
Yeah. Sorry about that. You guys all got to get a jab in there. I felt like I missed out on that.
19 plus 3 is 22.
Camera pans against your face, giving a satisfied nod as you walk out of frame. And then we hear as we lower down to see you, actually with one of your artificer's tools. You've got it, like, in her nostril, and then your finger underneath it cantilevering as you fucking pull it out.
Yeah.
Anyway, with that said, you
So I have an
said...
ability called the right tool for the job. And once a day, I can actually create whatever tools I need.
Okay, fair enough.
You create a rhinoplasty kit?
Yeah.
I looked at
That's
Doc
great.
and I said, "You wanted to do that too, didn't you?"
Oh, I
That's
wanted to
true.
kill her a while ago, but not when she was in cuffs.
Killer is one thing. Popping nose.
She was being a little.
Let's we're all a little tense. Let's all just finish our beverage.
I'm not actually. You know.
Let's go chat and catch up and
Much
let's
snootier than that.
yeah. Come on guys, let's get this done.
Yeah. Well, Robert, I guess we're going to bed. But, well, are you going to talk to your partners in the morning, by the morning, and see what they want to do? Is that what we're going after?
Roderick gives a nod and says, I have a scout due back soon. He looks around for a moment. Markham and Rigger, where did they go? And Jenkins offers up, yes, sir, I did dutifully pay them, and they said that they were exhausted and were not going to stay for the after party, as they said, sir. And Roderick gives a nod at this. I would have enjoyed to congratulate them. And Jenkins offers up, the gold, I should think, made them feel plenty congratulated, sir. So they did state. Rigger herself did say it was a pleasure to be working for you again. Roderick gives a nod. He looks over towards you guys afterwards. Yes. So the scouts will return, and with the news that the scouts deliver, I'll also have a meeting with the other... He pauses for a moment in investors, he says. Such will convene upon the objective and let you know in short order. He, obviously tired, looks into the fire for an awkwardly long silent moment while you guys kind of stand there. Doc finishing off the last of his cup, finding it empty.
Great, bedtime. I'm ready to cash in.
Shall we? Let's go upstairs. Can we gather in a room before we go to bed, if possible?
Can you what, sorry?
Gather in a room, just to talk amongst ourselves.
Yeah, of course. Armorant gets escorted up to the bedroom, and you watch as Jenkins shows up. still in his butler's surcoat, but with a hammer, a mouthful of nails, a fistful of nails, and a pair of boards. She's led into the room, at which point the door is summarily closed, and he sets to work banging the boards into position.
I'm gonna
Alarm
cast.
this?
I was gonna cast alarm on the entirety of the room
Okay,
for the night.
that sounds good.
Hey, can we post fuck outside the window or outside the door as well?
Yes.
Aldous, can we give a fuck?
I didn't
So
catch that last part. I didn't catch after we were going to bed.
Duke, they're trying to figure out what to do with Duke. I just alarmed the room, and they would like to have Duke, the squirrel formerly known as Fuck,
Yeah.
sit outside.
Oh, yeah, no, we meant squirrel.
Yeah, the squirrel's name was Duke. He was formerly known as Fuck.
I got that, Serena.
So with that
I thought it
said,
was still fuck. Oh, no.
do you offer this up as an idea towards him? Do you tell Duke to sit
Yeah,
outside the door?
I'm like, can we give him some nuts and like?
Yeah, I can have him sit outside for sure.
He looks at you and says, "You looking what?"
But I mean, outside our door while we talk? Or.
yeah, it doesn't really
Outside her door, yes. So her door is like going to be nailed. Doc is setting an alarm, but I'm thinking that squirrel, a secondary alarm in case she finds a way to defeat the spell is a good idea.
I can tell him to hang out in the hallway.
Yeah, sure.
He'll probably hang out in the hallway, but I don't know that he'll really watch the door too well.
Well, you can just go and tell them, hey, watch the door. They don't do it because he's your.
Yeah, but he won't really do it so well.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
We've got the alarm, and at least
yeah.
we've got that as backup.
Well, okay. Once all that's
up
up,
to
I
hang
say.
out in the hallway and kind of keep an eye on the door.
So, you wanted to catch me up on what happened at the docks. Sorry, I had to dip. Other duties called.
Sure. We were trying to make our way inside. Got interrupted by a spider, got rid of that, got onto the boat. Then all hell broke loose. Armorant was on the boat, so we cut the boat free to keep us from having to fight everybody. Had our hands full with a couple of dock hands, finally got everybody subdued. I died. And then money was not on the boat. And then we crashed the boat. And
Anything valuable on the boat, or what had that?
well, there was a trebuchet on the boat, on the front of it. So I'm assuming that was probably gonna be going with the money to supply.
Marble, they were transporting slate and stuff.
Slate.
Yeah, that's what that warehouse was all about. It was all about marble and, I remember marble.
Yeah, that's what you were hauling for somebody, right? Statue.
Yeah, somebody was arguing about needing their marble delivered sooner. So.
Hey, Dooley.
Yeah.
I have samples of the marble from the quarry. Is it somehow magically infused?
No.
No? Okay. It's just regular marble.
So, what's? I guess what's stuck in this particular.
Well, we're not really stuck. We've been paid. Our job is done. Do we
Yes.
want to continue working for this and go and try and get the money, or are you guys considering offering up our services to the other side and breaking Armorant out of here? Because I don't think that our job
Kind of
prospects
punched it in the
break.
face. I don't think she really likes me right now.
We also tried to kill her already. So
You could have told her we were selling it, so that this way we'd break her out and it worked better. I mean, me and Doc can go.
Serena,
Honestly,
I
I think I might have had the best relationship with her. I tried to talk to her as much as I could. Serena kind of, I don't know how she feels about Serena. But I mean, if we want, we could I could cast invisibility on somebody, and me, Doc, and Serena, me and Serena could go talk to her and cast invisibility on Doc, or whatever. But you guys, I don't know if you guys want to do that.
I feel like we've gotten everything we're gonna get out of her.
Yeah, well, I can Tomorrow I could cast suggestion again and try to make her fail because I didn't have any more bardic inspirations, but I could try to make her fail with my cutting words, and then I would have to suggest something and if she fails, she would have to comply with it. So that's probably what I'm going to try to do tomorrow morning, but we'll see. But in all seriousness,
I can weaken her mentally as well.
Serena's going to agree to this so long as it means that we don't just keep beating her. Because she really didn't like that.
no, it seems does the Iron Throne the only thing that the Iron Throne has done bad is just trying to kill us and trying to kill Roderick. But
I mean, that begs the question. So I don't, I don't know as much about the history here. Are the Iron Throne and the Cormyrean Guard or military, are they the good guys in the area? How did they interact with the Purple Dragons? Just to give me a background of history, because I don't know it.
From what I understand, the Red Wizards and the Zentharim are both pretty terrible. The Iron Throne is evil. Cormyr is allegedly not, but they're pretty tied to the Iron Throne, which makes it tricky.
Well, hold on. Let's back the truck up. No, the Cormyrean government is not beholden to, the Iron Throne any more than any other merchant group.
Yeah, they kind of turn a blind eye. It's like, oh, you did that for us, cool, but they don't endorse them, right?
Okay, so the Iron Throne is just a merchant group. The Cormyrean is the state, and
it's the mafia that helps out that gets tax benefits.
Sure, actually.
Well, here's the question: Could we split the difference and work with
that's the best analogy. Right there.
So split the difference. Work with Armorant to get her back there, get the money out of her. Tell her we're going to help her on the deal that we will work to get Roderick's family out of the other side. Like, we're not going to help them attack the other side. That's not what we're here to do. You're right that we're here for the cash. The best thing that we can offer here is that we will get Roderick's kin back to him, and he can hold them, do what he wants to do with them, everything else, and that gets rid of the reason why you wanted to kill Roderick, and we will get you back with your group.
It's not because they
he made a deal.
Yeah,
his brother and his son switched sides, and he didn't want to continue making the deal because they're working against his son and his brother. If
personally, I think she sets foot outside of this house, she's gone.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't think she's gone. I think she's valuable to them. So I don't know if she's gonna be gone. Technically, they just know that she's missing.
Turn on us.
Well, then how about Han? I have a third option. Well, not really a third option. It just extends the first one.
Yeah.
That we make the deal that we will take her back to get the ransom that she's offering. And the deal that we say is that we will go and get back Roderick's kin, that he can deal with them as he sees fit if we get them out of the other side.
But Roderick doesn't want that. Roderick wants the Iron Throne to be gone. No, he just the Iron Throne in Erebel.
Well, no, he's just pissed because they tried to kill him, and they only tried to kill him because he gave up because his brother and his son went to the other side. If we can broker out the middle and say, we'll get you back there, we'll go get them, and to help out the Iron Throne, we can do a little bit of damage while we're up there getting Roderick's brother and son back if they have a specific target for us to take care of. That way we're on the good side with the Iron Throne, get Roderick out of it.
Presuming that he wants his brother and son back, maybe, I don't know. We'll see. But we should ask him in the morning.
I mean, my guess is that if he's willing to go to bat up against the Iron Throne, that he probably didn't want to have them killed. So
I was under the impression that his brother and son were not prisoners, just on the other side.
I know. That's what I'm not saying that we're going to take them, that they're going to come willingly. The idea is that we are going to abduct his brother and his son and bring him back down to him.
But I know. But I think also I don't trust him setting a foot out of this place. As soon as she gets out of this place, she's gonna figure out a way to give us a slip.
Yeah, we tied her up, knocked her unconscious, and she still managed to almost.
Well, you guys
hear at the door.
Yeah.
I go to the door. Hello.
It is Jenkins, sirs. I was to retire, but I heard the murmuring. I did not mean to drop eaves. However, I did want to implore that if you wished to imbibe upon some fluids during your discussions, the kitchen has been left unlocked, sirs.
Oh,
I bid you good night.
Thank you.
And he leaves. You can hear his footsteps carrying away.
Will a
easily.
detect magic detect scrying?
You can cast it if you like. Do you do so?
Yeah, ritually.
You're gonna
yes.
detect some magic?
Yep.
Ritually, so 10 minutes from now. During that 10 minutes, did you guys want to go and grab anything?
Nah, I'm good.
I'm gonna take a saunter downstairs.
Alright.
Oh, are you gonna try to steal? Are you gonna try to steal from the fireplace?
Shh, why do you remember shit all the time? Let me go steal things.
Well, you're remembering something too here, mate. So let's hear about this.
Yeah, so
I'll be watching.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get my nightcap, and I'm just gonna happen to make sure that I go through the living room where the fireplace is, where that loose brick is, if I recall, that the squirrel, formerly known as Fuck, was jumping up and down on.
Right. As you head into the hallway, you see the squirrel hanging around nearby an open window, where he's sitting on the sill, and you can see he's got a small collection of nuts of some fashion. You can't quite make it out at the distance.
I got any little piece of food left on me to hand out to him. Anything sitting in my pocket?
All right. You dig about for a moment, assuredly finding it a moment later.
There you go.
You place it on the sill. He chitters, dashes over, grabs it, gives you an odd little and, of course, adorable chipmunk salute. Or a squirrel-like salute, just, and then goes to munching away on the thing as you make your way down the steps. A moment later, you find yourself in the living quarters, the doorway to the kitchen leading to the left, and the fireplace sitting still warm, although doused out, to the right. The portraiture sitting over the fireplace sits in the darkness, and the tapestries hanging about deaden any noise that would otherwise echo about. You find yourself easily walking around in perfect quietude, thanks to the rugs on the ground and the furs hanging off the chairs.
All right, I'm gonna make my way to the kitchen first to grab a beverage,
Oh, in that case.
because I'd like to have something near me or in my hand when I'm going to get this stuff out of the fireplace.
Come on. Don't fail me.
I'll be right back.
There we go. No.
That sounds fancy.
I can barely hear that.
It's good. It's low. It's background music at night.
No, it's more like this. All right.
I think we need to get you XLR mics and like one of those multi-level panels.
The problem is that if I turn up my audio, if I turn up my music such that I can hear it, then it's too loud for you guys.
Yeah, it allows it, like mine here, for instance. I have my my headphones into my mic, and I can dial it on how loud I want it. Right, so I can adjust how loud I want different things.
Yeah, but again, my problem isn't my mic. My problem is the music coming from my playlist comes to you guys really loud, and I want to hear it as well, and I can't. It's very difficult for me to hear it. I can hear you guys.
Oh, there's no way to
really
split
loudly.
that sound.
Yeah, I can hear you guys exceptionally loudly, but then if I turn you guys down, the stream quiets down for you as far
Well,
as
it's just if you could run it through an amp when it comes out to your side for your speakers.
That's right, that'd be terrific. And I have that, but then the truth is I have to turn it right down, and then it doesn't address my music problem there. So I turn you guys down, and that doesn't help me.
And you can't use the RTX because then it would just mute the background music totally.
Did I miss anything?
No, we were just complaining.
We're
about the sound
ambiance is what we're working on.
While Doc is doing that, we're probably counting the gold while he's
that's
while
fine.
he's going on.
Okay, that's actually perfect. So Resman's ritualizing a detect magic. You guys start counting coin. As you enter in upon the living area, as I said, quiet is this place just naturally for all the rugs and furniture covered in furs. And you turn left, and you clop onto the hardwood of the kitchen, and you mill about for a moment. It's a simple chamber with a spacious table in the center, and as the counters follow the wall to a barred back door, you can see the pantry is indeed hanging open, with the padlock that would typically be upon it open.
You drowned out.
Yeah, I want to make a beverage, and then I want to head back into the living room.
Okay, you throw me perception.
Sure. Perception is now +5. 12 plus 5, 17.
As you seek amidst the bottles, give me odds or evens.
Odds.
As you seek upon the bottles, you find an old bottle of a dwarven something. What is this thing? As you look upon it, it's empty. For fuck me. As it's covered in... Oh, no, there's one there. It's full. Okay. The cap's kind of loose on it. And there's a couple other bottles here of this stuff. The label on 2 of the bottles is, like, not covered in mold. And it says, in dwarven script, like old dwarven script, there's Moradin Stout, the hammer to your gut.
Sounds good to me.
Forge your bowels a new meaning.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm not planning on drinking this, but I do plan on bringing it out with me.
All right. So you stow the 2 bottles that you find with decent labels, or do you take all 6 bottles? The other 4 are empty or full with their caps loose, stained with foam at the top. They're obviously not very well bottled wherever these are made.
I don't think. I mean, is there can I roll for investigations? If there's anything else, knowing my history of them.
You can throw me history, knowing your history of them.
I can throw history.
And you can throw it at advantage because you are a dwarf.
All right,
and,
so I've got a 16 plus 1 and then a 6 plus 1. So I'm going to take the 16 plus 1. So I got a 17.
As you look upon this for a moment, and you take a moment to actually smell the opened bottle already, and you're like, there's no way this is dwarven ale of any fucking sort.
Huh.
There's just no way. All the roots, all the hops, everything about the smell, something. Like, you're not a brewer, but you heard about ale enough in your culture, and just, it's not right.
All right, I'm going to bring this all with me.
You look around a moment and you pull together some ingredients afterwards and put down. And as you're doing so, you find there's a hatch in the floor. It's not locked.
I'm going to investigate it before I try and open it.
It's got a robust handle on it, but it's not locked. It seems to be a handle that you turn, you think.
And what do I have to roll to check for traps or? Investigation. Good perception at +3. I got a 12.
All right. As you roll a 12 on investigation, you easily look around the thing and see that there's no blades or pokies. There's no holes in the ceiling. There's nothing strange that's going to stab or shoot at you if you pull on this.
All right, let's open her up.
It shtunks and then shush. As you pull it open and looking down inside, you see a very cold area full of cubes and crushed bits of snow. No, ice. You found an ice box. A freezer.
How deep is this? I mean, is this something you just kind of pop your hand into to try and grab, or something you got to stand in?
It's hard. It's about a 5-foot hole down, and as you look around for a moment, you notice that there's actually a scoop situated to the one side that has a stabby on the end. So if you imagine a sort of clawed spoon,
Mm-hmm.
and then it's got a spike in line with the handle. So here's the spike, and then there's just a scoop coming off it that lets you like stab and then scoop up.
Yeah, grab some ice. All right.
A
All
moment.
right. Well, I mean, I can take a little scoop of ice and put it into a cup and pour a little bit of the drink in there.
After a moment, you've got yourself a nice whiskey on the rocks, a little bit of some herb that you found there floating around in it. As it clinks back and forth, you walk out into the living room, and you sight upon the space that the squirrel had pointed out before.
So I want to make sure, first of all, that the 6-pack of bottles is not in view. Like, kind of put it along the side of the couch, and the beverage that I have, I'm gonna put precariously towards the corner of the. If I remember, the brick that he was talking about was on the mantle. So I'd like to have it fairly close to the mantle so that, just preparing this, that if I do hear a noise or something else, I could always act like I just knocked over my drink and dropped it and start trying to clean up the floor. But that's just in preparation. But yeah, I want to investigate that brick and find out what we got hidden in there.
All right. As you look towards it with your passive perception, you sight it, knowing where to look for it. Grabbing a hold of it, you pull it open, and behind find several parchments.
What's on the parchments?
As you pull the parchments out, you see a dagger at the back. Or is it a dagger? As you look upon it, it seems to be maybe more of a ceremonial knife. Do you pull that out too?
Do I have something to grab it with? A piece of cloth or anything that I could use, or looking around the room, a doily?
In fact, there is a doily on the mantle under some portraiture.
Yeah.
Under an urn. As a matter of fact, we'll make it an urn.
Yeah, so I'm going to take the doily and use that to pick up the knife. Take a look at it.
It's a fine curved little blade. It looks like a ceremonial piece to be sure. It's got a fine sapphire in the hilt and a metal scabbard sheath to go with it.
All right. Is that all that's in that box?
You peer inside, and looking around, you see not much else. There's something at the very back.
What do we got?
You reach down, but believe it or not, your dwarven arms can't reach all the way. As you push yourself up against the wall as hard as you can, your dwarven arms simply can't reach all the way back to the end of the little box space.
Well, shit. Look at it. Is there a poker by the fireplace?
You look around for a moment, and sure enough, see a hooked poker situated there.
Yeah,
Grabbing a hold of it,
poker and give it a shot.
you go to work. Reaching inside, you feel it grab a hold of something that you tug and pull forward as it clatters along the way. As the amulet falls over the edge, its fine gold chain and circular amulet mount fall into your grasp easily enough. As you look upon the picture depicted upon it, a picture of a woman, you don't know what to make of it, but the amulet is clearly worthwhile, being of some heavy gold indeed.
Well, let's pocket this stuff. We'll put the brick back, and I want to bring the 6-pack upstairs to my room.
Okay. You do so. As you head back up to the room where the others are situated, counting change and finishing up the ritual, upon which point the magic suddenly casts out from Resvin. That was probably really fucking loud. And after a brief moment of surveying about, you don't detect any magics that you're not aware of. Doc enters upon the chamber, clinking as he holds a bevy of bottles in his grasp, along with several parchments in his fist.
How much gold did we get from the gold, was it?
It was 500 gold, so 100 gold apiece.
Cool.
So, does anything that Doc has, is any of that glowing? It
So,
lasts for a bit, right?
Yeah, 10 minutes.
as you look towards him coming in,
No, 100.
neither the dagger. Sorry, you don't notice anything that you don't know of glistening off him.
Okay.
Doc, oh, you brought the whole bottle here, Doc? Really?
So
Yeah, he's also got a
first of
drink
all,
in the other hand, like Randy off of fucking Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah, you see.
So let's start off with first things first, and we'll work our way back to the
You know
trees.
what?
In the box, I happen to find these pieces of parchment, this cool dagger, and this sweet amulet. I don't know what you guys make of any of these things. If anybody knows any history that may be going on here. But on the side, I need to take a better look at these bottles because that says Dwarven Ale, and that isn't Dwarven Ale. So I don't know what.
The real mystery's at hand.
Maybe he got gypped. Maybe he just maybe he reuses bottles.
Just making sure it's not being saved for
You
poison.
want some ore, a dagger, and paperwork?
Yeah, so I got parchment, a dagger, and an amulet.
I'll look over the parchment and see if there's anything interesting in it.
Okay, as you look over the parchment, you notice immediately that these are letters. A lot of them. Oh no, this one's an invoice. This one's an invoice too. This is an invoice. They're old. These are all old.
Hey, Aldous, do you have the Scroll of Lightning Bolt, or do I?
You do.
No, I don't. Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I give you the Scroll of Lightning Bolt.
Okay.
Because I'm not continuing with my studies right now.
You know what'd be cool is if the characters within a campaign could, like, you could pick another player to give an item to. Select an item and go give item, and it just goes to another player.
Yeah.
You know, they've got it in their inventory now.
Yeah.
So the inventories and things. Is there anything noticeable about the inventories? Any mention of
Invoices, and they're in fact, like I say, they're invoices, but they come off as writs. But you see that they're mentioning amounts, numbers of troops, shipments of equipment, and it immediately confirms what Armorant was saying. That
The dates on these.
3 years ago, 2 years ago, and then they just abruptly stopped. And it was around I have to look at a calendar. It was around summertime of a year and a half ago.
Well, Armor kind of told us this, so I guess it's confirmed.
Does he still have detect magic rolling?
Yeah, he does for 10 minutes.
But as I said, your insight hits you, and you think to yourself, well, this was a year and a half ago that he stopped doing it. And this whole thing, I mean, why is it happening now?
Huh? Oh, yeah. I think, okay, so...
As your tired mind kicks this in just to fuck with you, you look at each other as Doc looks towards one of the 6 bottles. The mold dripping off the label now that it's out of the cellar and in a warm room.
Usually before I go to bed anyway, I usually spend time with my poisoners kit. I have to refill my dagger anyway. Am I noticing anything about these that I need to be suspicious of, or because obviously it's not sound like
Yeah, out of those
Like,
3 items, does Resvin ping any magic?
Not off the booze, no.
No,
There's
the
nothing
dagger,
nothing magical
orb,
came into the room with
the
Doc.
amulet.
Nothing magical came into the room with Doc. Not the amulet, not the dagger. You
Nothing
met
that
a
I didn't
horse.
know of.
Yeah, other than what Doc may have already had.
Do I recognize what the blade would be used for, like a ceremonial blade?
You can throw me history.
Or the woman on the chain.
It's a 16 for history for me.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Hang on a sec. Maybe we yell at my son. Boy.
Okay.
I'm just not about to go drinking some moldy ass beer.
So
Ooh, 22 for history. I'm thinking the amulet, right?
Yeah.
well, the amulet might be the lady.
It might be. It's a long shot.
Yeah, but yeah. I think Roderick might be having other ulterior motives than just, you know.
I mean, if the attack on his brother and son didn't go through, maybe the throne killed his wife or something.
Oh.
She would have told us. I think she would have, like, if she knew, she would have told us.
Yeah, she was trying to
Yeah.
discredit him as much as she could.
Well, Serena's not gonna. Serena's like locked in on Roderick, right? So Serena's not gonna flip at all.
Nope.
Thank you. Alright. I'll probably turn that off actually. Where are we then? Sorry.
Yeah.
16 history for this blade.
Right.
I got a 22 for the amulet.
Okay, fair enough. So okay, so the blade, you notice the whorls and the design and everything, and immediately it sparks ideas of the Sword Coast. Or is it? No, sorry, not the Sword Coast, but south of the Sword Coast, far south. You figure this is something straight out of Callum Shan. And as you're looking upon it, wondering how or why you would be looking at a dagger from all the way down south there, down to the south west as such. Resvin, you're looking at the amulet, and it suddenly hits you. This is one of the ladies in one of the portraits, and you're pretty sure you saw portraits of her at Roderick's side, hanging around the living room.
Damn.
So with that, of the invoices and whatnot, you can see that there's several shipping and logistics tickets. You can see things for all over the southern seas coming in and out of Suzail and Marsember. You can see writs and payments to forces mobilizing against things as far to the west as the Farsi swamps. You see quite a few different tickets and writs paying for all sorts of equipment and mercenary forces, and you can see ledgers depicting incomes. You can see finder's fees, and you can see spoils receipts. One particular catches your eye as you cite that he took in one go some 10,248 gold pieces in total for the recovery of equipments, the recovery and refurbishments of equipments from one battle that occurred just to the east of the swamps. And as you look across the various numbers, you can see that Roderick moves a lot of money. You can't quite get a bead on how much he does have, for the margins are fairly low, but moreover the dates. Most of the invoices, again, come to an abrupt stop a year and a half ago.
So, guys, do you want, now that we've got this information, do you want me to get this back in there so we don't fall out of out of favor here?
Yeah. Well, that makes. I'm so. I thought it was more recent than like he like bailed out like recently. That seems a year and a half ago. So why would they want like his money was stolen? Yes, but like why would they want?
Well, we can ask. I mean, the choices are that I would be more than happy to keep these items. I will find somewhere to sell them.
Do you think he's working with his brother and son?
Am I present for all of this?
You are.
Yeah, you are.
I mean, I'm not super fond of thievery.
Okay, but like, so if yeah, this really doesn't add up. Though, do you guys understand my confusion?
Yeah.
If this was a year and a half ago and the Iron Throne is attacking him now, why didn't they attack him a year and a half ago?
Oh, they just figured it out.
They're not that stupid. They're freaking. They deal in money. They're smart. They're cunning. So what did he do in the year and a half that pissed them off? Actually?
Well, where's his wife?
I don't know.
Do we want to ask him tomorrow and confront him with these items?
We can ask him to be. Yeah. So now, how well do you know, bro? You probably know Broderick more than us. So how has he talked?
Someone broke into your secret hiding spot and you found this stuff. Explain yourself.
No. But like, how well does Broderick have a wife? Do you know that? Like, how well do you know Broderick?
Would I know that?
You know what? Evens. He mentioned his lovely L'Oreal in passing one day as he looked upon the wall, the portrait hanging over the fireplace.
Okay.
That's about the most that Roderick has ever brought her up.
You know what?
I say to the rest of them, he had mentioned the woman in passing, but if the one from the amulet, I do recognize her to be one in the portrait downstairs. If need be, we could simply ask him of the woman in the portrait and bring up that his family was previously threatened by Armoran.
Yeah.
He would share the information willingly.
Yeah, we can also ask him just to be upfront. Like literally, but
We still took the stuff from him. He's
yeah.
gonna
But you can
go and ask about the stuff from there.
You don't have to ask about the stuff from there. You just got to ask about the woman in the portrait over the fireplace. I can return the stuff to the box behind the fireplace, and I can return the beer because if I don't find anything intriguing about it, then I'm more than happy to put it back there.
Yeah, I can cast invisibility on you, so you can do that.
Make me that poisoner check real quick, could you?
Poison check? Sure. What do I roll for that?
That would be your tool proficiency and intelligence, please.
Okay, tool proficient now. Just any just roll the general intelligence.
Intelligence and proficiency, basically.
Okay, and so I don't see tools on here where to roll it.
just roll your intelligence and add 2.
Roll intelligence. And
Do you guys still have a 2 proficiency? I thought you're level 5.
No, we're level 4. My bad.
Oh,
Oh, what?
Dude, you were so stingy with XP.
Man, fuck you.
What? Did that come out loud? Sorry.
This shit is dramatic,
9
motherfucker.
+ 2 is 11.
Alright. You note, easily enough, that the open bottles have a pretty thick fungal coating to them. Taking the coating off, oddly enough, suddenly the beer smells much better. It actually, like, as you pour it out, it comes glop, glop, and the shit kind of rises to the top and floats there. As you take that scum off, You can already see sparkling bits floating about in it, and you've seen something similar to this in believe it or not, Nightshade. The pollen of which has a sort of similar shade and texture to it. But as you look upon it, you're like, no fucking way. You give a dab and a tonguing of this, and find that it causes almost immediate numbness in the tongue and a strange and nausea at the back of the tongue, and a foulness at the tip of the tongue.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to add some of this to the poisoner's kit.
But, so, Doc, what you find?
You found a poison that,
well-
when used with a piercing blade, if you use it with a piercing weapon and you stab it into somebody, you will cause them to have to make a DC 12 Constitution save, or they will be paralyzed for 1 turn.
I like it. Or something.
Random fungus in the cellar.
Why would he have rats in his bar?
Well, I'm assuming that with the right words, Jenkins would have served that instead of other things to several of us.
I just want to stipulate that it looks like it's just been forgotten in the corner of the cellar.
Okay.
So I just want to, postulate that don't attribute to conspiracy what can be easily explained by.
Okay.
Okay. Well, yeah. So yeah, I will definitely add this to the poisoner's kit. And,
Because as I said, underneath the beer is fine. It seems to grow this stuff, but the moment it pours out, you look upon it and it's got a clear form to it. But more to the point, the smell coming off it isn't rotted. It isn't stank or stench. It's, dare you say, sweet. And not like garbage.
yeah, I'll take a sip. I'm immune to poison, so.
As you do this, you find that it hits the back of your tongue with a sort of orange flavor. If I were to explain it anyway, your character doesn't know how to explain it other than to say it's sweet, a bright sort of acidic flavor, you might say, but it's got a deep draw to it and finishes clean.
Well, if any of you guys want a little bit of this beer, it's pretty good, but stay away from the fuzz on top. It's killer.
Okay.
I will pass for now, but thank you for the offer.
Shall we go to bed then? Let's just sleep. I'm tired. It's been a long day.
I'm gonna load up my other because I got the one poison dagger that's got the standard poison, the one to reserve. I'm gonna coat my other dagger in this new fun and loving stuff.
As you take the moment to, with your expertise, emulsify it further, turning it into a bit of a cream to coat with the blade, you find it has an extra sticky ability. You can attack twice with this poison before it wears out.
Is there enough to make a second helping?
There is not. But if you wait 10 years, you can make some more.
Oh, nice. We're playing the long game.
That's right. It's an investment.
And I couldn't study it to find anything. And this all came off of the one bottle. That's all I got, right?
There was actually 3 bottles of this stuff. If you're engineering all of it, we're gonna give you. Yeah, that sucks. That's more like it. About 11 doses of this shit. 11 coverings of a blade, small blade. Big
Okay,
blade
you
take
wanna
2
be
doses.
honest?
Yeah, I'll take a portion of that.
Alright, I'll give you one for your blade. And I'll put you down at 9.
It looks like it has a staying power of 12 hours.
Alright.
Meaning that
After 12 hours, it loses its potency.
Okay,
So,
we're gonna have to use this in the short term.
hey, Dooley,
Yeah.
Or we could just, I can keep it jarred up until we decide to use this.
Yeah.
Right. You know what? Yeah. Hold off on giving me mine.
Alright.
What
Yeah,
up, Ricky?
okay.
Oh, big blades
the
take
heavy
2 doses.
crossbow.
2 doses for big blades. 2 doses for big blades.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, as you were saying. Sorry, buddy.
Okay. The silver crossbow.
What about it?
I just wanted to confirm. So I want to look at it like closer, and you said it had that big wing thing up. I'm wondering, like, it's a heavy crossbow, from my understanding, right?
Was it a heavy?
thought
I don't
you said
remember
it was-
saying it was a heavy. I remember saying it was a light crossbow, not a hand crossbow.
Okay.
And it was a rifle. It had a rifle stock on it.
Yeah.
And so for you, this thing would be pretty large, but it's fine. I'm pretty sure you can use a light crossbow. You can't use a heavy crossbow.
Yes.
But that
Okay.
said, when you hold this thing, it's not quite a bazooka or anything, but it is a rather large. It's like you're shouldering an M60. Like this thing is so robust.
I've actually done that. So.
Yeah, so you
okay.
can envision this, and it is that bulky with all its fancy sweeping stock that butts into your shoulder, and you're like kind of doing this to look around this fancy dovetail that's coming off it. But the silvered wire upon it and the trough with its sleek sort of, is that poured? What is that? It's got like a trough of metal where the crossbow sits. It's incredible. It's so gorgeous, this thing. But point being, yeah, about that. What do you want to do with it?
Okay, so I wanted to look at it closer. Think I still might have my detect magic on it, or detect magic on
It is not magical, but it is
Not
quite
magical.
well made, to the point
Okay.
that it seems it's got a +1 to hit.
Okay. My other crossbow is better for me right now. Okay, I just wanted to investigate it a little better.
Did detect magic ping anything on my splint mail that I picked up?
Not a thing. Oh wait, no, hold on. Your splint mail.
The Cormier splint?
From the ship.
Right. No, it was that's right. It is a +1 suit, as far as you can see from the detect magic. It has an accentuated protection magic put over it. Yeah. Nothing really more to say about it. I already described. It's got its etchings. Yeah. What's
Okay,
that?
I'm gonna see if I can talk to Rotherick to maybe get some money for that. Well, in the morning.
Alright, someone's gonna cast invisibility. I'm gonna go return the item.
Oh,
to
do
the-
you have second level spot spell? Oh, you use your arcane recovery? Is that what
So,
you use?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And I assume because of my level, I get a level 2 spell.
We're not level 4 yet. We had to take our long rest still.
I was already level 4.
Oh, when you went into?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm-
and as an aside, Dooley, while I'm bringing that back downstairs, whatever the most recent parchment was, whatever the last parchment or last inventory was, I want to palm that page and keep that one. Everything else will go back into the box. But
Throw me
keeping the
a
last
quick
little
stealth
item.
check here.
I'm sorry.
Throw me a quick stealth check.
Sure, and that's with is that
Advantage.
It's an advantage. It absolutely is.
Can't see because you're on the last one. So 14 plus 5 would be 19, or yeah, we're gonna take the first one. 14 plus 5. So
That's fine.
Yeah, 19.
You easily make your way downstairs in the mid-morn hours. Easily pulling the brick out. You shove the parchments back in. You guys are keeping the amulet, dagger, all that?
Oh no, I was putting those back. I mean,
Yeah.
we're not looking to raise any other suspicions. I mean, missing one piece of paper. would be
No, that's
a lot
fine. I'm
harder to
just,
find.
I wanted to know exactly. Okay. So everything's going back, save for the one last page, wherein he paid for troops that were headed, that he paid for troops that were headed. Shit, I cannot fucking remember for the life of me what the name of it is. And un moment. He was paying for troops that were going to Tilverton.
Okay.
And then we go and take a long rest.
Right on.
Assuming we make it through the evening without the alarm going off. I hope.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Cool. All right. As I was saying, so the last invoice was paying for troops to be heading up towards the Tilverton Scar, which is what's left of Tilverton, I want to say. It's to the east of the Stonelands, north of the Eastern Storm Horns, which are the northernmost mountains of Cormyr. Beyond that is... beyond that, you get into the rest of the lands. I don't have a map of that, though. It's so hard to find just, like, one giant map of everything. In any event, yes, so, the night goes by, fortunately, without any...
No midnight peeing.
without any occasion whatsoever. The morning comes easily enough. It shows that each of you, slowly rousing in the room, the montage of each of you rising out of your beds, assembling your gear together, strapping yourselves, slinging your gear, putting upon your armors, donning your cloaks and robes, putting on whatever jewelries and headgear you may wear. As each of you leaves your chambers, descending the stairs, the sounds from the kitchen echo about, as Jenkins is already early to rise and hard at work, preparing the day's food. You guys enter in upon the kitchen where the large table has a bit of a spread upon it, prepared. There's fried slabs of breads. There's bits of meats and whatnot. Consuming upon, each of you takes 5 temporary hit points for a good hearty breakfast.
Is Roderick awake as well or no?
He comes in a moment later through the back door, which you realize is unbarred. Coming in upon, he holds in his hand a parchment. Looking it over, he says to Jenkins, "The chickens, they need to be attended to at some point, Jenkins." "Very good, sir," he says simply. He looks towards you. "Will anybody need any more tea, then?"
No, but have you heard from your scout?
"I have. He arrived early in the morning. He looks out earlier in the morning." He looks back towards you all and sets down the parchment on the table, and you can see the headlines upon it reading that the Lady Luck's new seat will be filled soon. It seems kind of clickbaity, but the point being, you can glance over the article briefly and... Shit, where was his name? I just fucking looked at it too. Damn it.
Lorimar Brerscon? Is that... No, that's not good. Where is it? Darmus Ralther, the Island of the Lady. Is that what you can?
That was the guy that died.
Yeah.
No. Okay, yeah. You read upon it that there's several houses in the race, and there's several individuals who feel that they are right for the job. Scanning over it, you see that there's several merchant guilds, merchant families indeed, that have are making a play upon it, and see here, you can see. Sorry, I feel like I'm reading the fucking news article. What do I do with it? So many fucking notes. Sorry. Holy shit, where did it go? Oh my god, this is so sad. I've got all the merchant families here, and I know I made the fucking choice on who's going to be doing what here. Where the fuck is that note? It's driving me crazy. It's got the 100 platinum, Sword River. Oh, for fuck me. Sorry, I wrote this a while ago, so now I'm digging through paragraphs. Literally, I'm looking for the note where I talk. No. All right. Anyway, oh, here we go. Fuck, found it. Found it, finally. Okay, sorry about that. All right. You notice over the article's course that there are several people in the running. There's a fellow by the name of Berlar, Hilor, someone from the Mizram family, and someone from the Thond family. And these strike you as you, goddamn this thing for being in a giant scroll. These strike you as you remember some of the merchant family names, specifically the Mizrams, who you're pretty sure you've heard Roderick mention in the past.
Mizrim, like the Drow family?
No, Misrim.
Gotcha.
Right, so as I was saying, there's you see in there that there's the Thond merchant family, the Mizram merchant family, the Hilors, the Berlars. Each of them seems to have somebody in the running. But that said, they're going to be having the votes in the next week. And the votes are to be conducted by the heads of the houses, believe it or not, as well as the voting class of the various merchant guilds of Arabelle.
Serena can't read, so she's just gonna ask for a summary here.
That's fine. I'm assuming that somebody's reading this to the party, really.
Yeah, so that's all well and dandy, Roger, but what does that have to do with us?
Roderick just says, "Oh, I was reading out loud. My apologies." In any event, the scout did arrive early on. The gold is in fact not left yet. It is being carted. It will be moving shortly, though.
Okay, where is it?
Still in the warehouse. However, as I say, they are collecting wagons together. The scout, of course, has no idea where the destination is to be. However, we suggest that it may be northerly. One sec.
Where's the source?
So, do we just follow it? Is that what we're gonna do? Because we can't really ambush a whole bunch of line. Huh?
Yeah, we can't like if it's such.
All this doesn't have fireball and so next level, so that's not gonna
Lightning bolt.
Well, the good news is you can't burn gold. So.
Really, yeah.
So, like,
No, he can use the skull, but he has to do it. He has to do a check to see if he can use it.
Yeah, he can memorize it, right?
Well,
First-
it's a level 3 spell.
Alright.
Yeah.
So what is your plan, Roderick? What are you looking to do with this?
I mean, I can use the scroll, or I can save it and
Yeah.
and my spell.
No, I don't think we're talking about using it right now.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
I
I'm
have
just.
to level before then.
Roderick simply says, you'll have to recover the money. You can take Markham and Rigger with you if necessary.
Did this guy tell you how many going on this caravan envoy?
I wanted to say something, and then I was trying to be polite, and when we were doing the RQ stuff and Doc, I wanted to see if we could consult the painting last night. I forgot to.
We can still consult it.
yeah, I'll talk to him.
No, we have talking painting that tells us stuff.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
But it's only got 2 uses left, right? 2 or 3.
No, there's
27.
this is 7 or 5. No, there's a 6.
We've used it one time.
Yeah.
Well, this took a turn.
Yeah.
So if we say there's 27, the author Dooley won't remember.
He can hear you, you know.
So it's either 6 or 7 total uses.
I'm pretty sure it's 6.
There's
Alright,
7
so-
total, that's the top.
So, do any of us have that experience to figure out, like, alright, how many, we know did he tell us where it's coming from, Dooley? Like, where they're gonna be picking all the gold up from, a warehouse or their warehouse?
He said, the scout said it's still at the warehouse.
That's still the warehouse, okay.
Like
How-
the dock warehouse or like the warehouse? Warehouse.
Their dock warehouse.
Oh, it's in there. Okay.
How
So-
physically large is this gold? Like, is it like bag of holding can hold it all?
So your character actually walked into the warehouse, if I remember correctly, and saw all the gold there. And so the gold was in, if you recall, big chests, big flat chests, and it's they are, I guess they're gonna each be about 6 feet long and 2 feet high, and then 3 feet wide. And basically, they are just big enough to fit in a 2x3 pattern on a wagon, is what it is. So with that, and still be carryable by man or beast or whomever.
So, do we just want to storm the friggin' warehouse now? Is that what we're planning to do?
Well, are we going to get onto the wagon? It's going to be easier for us to get away with it, or are we going to try and load the wagon after that? Because my thought is, Tomas, disguise yourself as Armorant, go waltzing through the door with Serena.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we don't know this, Doc.
Serena, do you know if there was like a sewer entrance or an underground tunnel or something else into?
Wait, was Resman not in the underground area? Well, I mean, it was kind of dark and shitty. But anyway, Serena, you didn't see anything on the way through.
I do not recall anything of the sort, but the pier you were under seems to have gone extensively under the dock. It is at least possible that it might have passed underneath the warehouse.
Well, the only thing I'm worried about is Burgess. Burgess seems like an accomplished mage.
Hey, Raz, do you want to blow something up? Okay. If we can get underneath the dock, if you get Serena and Tomas as what do you call it, going in through the front door, as
Distraction.
We're redoing our plan from last time, basically, but with explosives. Is that what you're suggesting?
well, now you're going in as Armorant, and if you can do whatever your mind trick is to get some more info out of her. But no, this time we're not actually going to try and attack from underneath. We're just going to try and blow them up from underneath, or at least.
Well, you're not going to get that many people from the dock. They're all going to be at the warehouse loading and stuff. Nobody's going to go on the dock. Nobody really cares about the dock. Also, there's probably going to be a lot more security now that we've there's been one attack. Did the scouts say is there higher security now since the dock attack?
He did mention that in fact the guard was doubled.
Yeah.
Do we want to ambush the cart then?
I guess we can. Does he know how many carts? Did Serena know how many carts?
As Roderick looks beyond you, he holds up a hand. My apologies, Tomas. You'll permit. Markham, welcome. And Rigga. As the burly fellow and the lithe lady walk in, they look upon, and Markham immediately, his eyes light up, and he says, "Oh, food, yeah, oh, right on." And moves in upon the table, grabbing a slab of bread and loading it up. As Roderick looks back towards you and says, "Tomas, my apologies."
No worries. Well, we have a getaway driver if you need it.
You're not right to do.
I think I got something in mind. So as Armorant, Tomas, and Serena go in, can we demand like a war party to hunt down those responsible? We take half the guards away, the rest of the party helps us ambush them, and then we're in a better position to take out the survivors still in the warehouse.
Did your scouts see I totally blanked on his name. What the hell?
Burgess?
Burgess, yes. Burgess at all? Or was there anybody particularly new at the
The scout did mention that there was a new figure who had arrived on the docks. All of the
It's
docks.
cutting out for me, Dooley. I can't hear
Oh.
anything.
The scout did mention that there was a new figure arrived on the docks. He mentioned, in fact, that this figure seemed quite important. Everybody seemed to be taking orders from him. He had the whole place, equipping all the horses, preparing all the wagons, and stacking all the crates ready to be shipped. This would have been 2 hours ago.
I don't know, guys. We have a new. I don't know. I don't know if going in as Armorant and just saying, "Hey, what's up?"
Well, then instead, if we're going to try and ambush them, couldn't we have you and Serena, you as Armorant, and Serena stumbling out of the brush as a distraction, looking a little disheveled, being like, "Oh, we finally got away, we got out," and then have the rest of the party attack from the other side, and maybe the other two guys come up from the rear?
Rigger looks towards you and says, "You're going to disguise yourself as the bitch."
I'm sorry, Dooley?
Yeah, I can do that. It's not that bad, but the thing is, once I disguise myself, I can't change my appearance. So, I'm just gonna stay as the disheveled Armorant for a while.
Yeah, I mean, the only point is to come out and distract them and keep them busy while we approach from the other side.
Should we go ask Armorant who the fuck would come? What? Did you
You want to
scout?
find out weaknesses about Burgess and the elf archer?
Yeah, kinda. I just need to know. I don't like going.
So Burgess was at one of the spends time at one of the taverns. Let's ambush him on his own. Like he goes and drinks at night. Let's take him at night.
No, they're moving now, Preston. That's the thing.
Does Rothric have another set of those anti-magic manacles? Because if we slap those on Burgess, maybe that's half the fight.
Okay, but then there's also the unknown figure that we don't really know of
Hey.
that seems to be higher than Armorant. If they're taking orders from him, then he's higher up the totem pole, or at least on a level.
Oh, I thought the scout was talking about Burgess. You said
No,
there's higher than-
there's a new figure. There's a new figure. We players know it's the mystery figure that we have the end credits, but we don't. But characters don't know that.
Sorry, that has the what?
Remember last session, the end credits, the mysterious Fang guy that came out and was like, oh, he was pissed off at the end credits from last week.
I was so tired at that time.
Well, but that's the person that's probably there. So.
Well, even so, if they're a mage, those cuffs might really come in handy if Rothric has another pair sitting around.
Doctor, do you have another pair of manacles that can dispel magic?
I do not. However, there is a small shop in town where I managed to pick this pair up. Perhaps you would know where to find another. Although I don't see that you have the time to be bargaining about it.
Yeah, I say it's better just to try to get ahead of them and then ambush them on the road.
Don't we have a one-way teleporter straight there?
No, we don't.
The stone?
Did you guys frisk a stone from her on her person or no?
No, the stone we got from the floorboard.
That's to the Nine Fires. Well, we don't. We think it's really not to the Nine Fires, but we don't. We haven't really tested it because.
How searched did you strip search Armorant?
They strip search her.
Hardcore after what she pulled the first time around.
Yeah.
Like,
So you know, the first time I was trying to search thoroughly, I would not have taken off her boots. I would have checked her boots to see if they were like magical.
yeah.
But like, yeah, down to her, like I would have checked her very thoroughly the first time. The second time, everything comes off.
Second time is a prison search. That's what I had said.
Okay, fair enough.
We left nothing to chance the second time.
All right, fair enough.
So we didn't cover that with you. So did we find anything the second time?
No. It's fine. You strip search. Strip search is strip search.
Sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, no, that's it. Strip search is strip search. Man, that is a hard tongue twister. Strip searched as is strip searched. Like she's strip searched. It's done.
Yes. I
Yes,
said,
sir.
did we find anything? the
No,
second
and I
time?
said no. That was done. It's done.
Okay.
It's nothing. Move
All
on.
right, so are we gonna get ahead of them on the road? Is that what we're heading for? Double the amount of guards, a new big old baddie, and then still the two nasty ones, Burgess and the elf archer.
I'm just afraid. I don't know because if they look close enough, they'd be able to tell to see through my disguise. That's the thing.
Yeah, the point is not for you to engage and everything else. The idea is that you come out of the woods on this side saying, "Oh, thank God you're here," and everyone goes, "What?" And then the other four of us come from this side, and then the other two guys ride up from the rear on the horse and wagon, and now you've got people from all directions.
Rotherick puts down his cup of tea and goes to reach for his bread, but then rethinks it and says, "Gentlemen, is there anything that you need?" Imagine for a moment, as he sits back and regards you all. And he lets his gaze pan between you, and he says, "Imagine for a moment that you had a near infinite level of resource for the mission at hand.
You have things to make. Do you have things that can explode in the middle of the thing that takes out multiple enemies? Healing potions would be really nice.
Anything magical to help turn the tide.
He looks upon you and says, "I can certainly fashion together a few drafts. Such is not an
Armor,
issue.
wands, and weapons.
I have some clout at the church, and they know a few alchemists in town. I can have it within the hour.
Yeah,
That in mind, if you seek out some sort of explosives, my friends, we live in a mining town. I assure you there are all sorts. The question is, how large an explosion would you like?"
Resman, you are explosive, but whatever you want.
Perhaps you're not aware of the gunpowder or the black powder trade throughout
We are
Cormier.
very much aware.
So I show him like my canister, I show him what's left of my barrel, and I show him the depth charge.
Roderick actually looks in towards it, and like so much Nicolas Cage out of Lord of War, he looks at it and looks at you matter-of-factly to say, "It is good stock. I assume you had that from the southern regions."
No. I found it from the mines, and I found it from Amaranth's ship.
He gives a nod at this. "It smells good. What do you intend to do with it? And do you need bigger and more of it?"
Bigger and more of it sounds pretty good, actually.
I need better ways to trigger. So once we can plant it, we need fuses
Well,
to
I looked at you. Well, if you need something to, well, you have a fuse, and I point to Aldous. He has a spell that literally exploded a whole warehouse.
Don't you all have Firebolt? I feel like all of you have Firebolt for some reason.
No, only Aldous does.
That's funny.
No, I do not.
Oh, you do too?
So?
It's 120 foot range, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really far. So
Never
like,
used it, but yeah, I know.
okay, so we should. So the plan is, what are we gonna try to find some black powder near maybe the warehouse, like somewhere near that warehouse, and then just explode it, and then they all go running towards it.
So how are they planning on moving it? Are they planning on moving it by land or by sea again?
Land.
Then we
If
need
you
to-
want, or do you want to plant? Do you want to plant it on the road, bury it there, and then when they when they come walking through, we explode it, and then we kill some of their horses, some of their men. That sounds like a good plan too.
I think so. Then we need to make sure that we also have a backup wagon to
Sure.
Yeah.
put it on.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to be able to move it. Well, we have your bag of holding, but we can just let's just do
And
that.
speaking of the alchemist in town, is there like a choking bomb? You know, like a noxious gas that'll keep the mages from being able to do incantations?
Sorry, are you
He did say
asking
he did
me?
say alchemist before, right? When Roderick had said alchemist.
Okay, fair enough. You're asking Roderick, right?
Yeah.
Roderick gives a nod at this and says, "I'm sure I have somebody who can fashion something."
Okay, so this is the plan. So we're getting black powder, and we need whatever doctor has and healing potions if you have some. We get all that stuff. We book it. Do we know did your scout tell us know what direction they're gonna head out to from?
I need armor.
What?
No. Did the scout say? Did the scout say to you which way they're gonna be exiting from the docks?
Roderick gives a shake of his head and says, "There's no way for the scout to know this. He had to come back to report to me. I'd need another scout out there right now. Oddly enough, I have another fellow on his way, I'll know
So we light a
if
fire.
the gold has left.
Cutting off one route.
But I'll know an hour after the gold
Okay,
has
well,
left.
you need an hour to prepare anyway, so might as well just.
Yeah, we gotta get set and ready to rock.
Yeah.
Should you wish to meet with my alchemist, it will be about a half an hour.
Okay.
He gives a nod at this. Then come with me. My carriage is outside.
Does he have anything that like I'm good on armor? I'm good on weapons. Does he have like I don't know, like a cloak of protection or something that like just like a wondrous item that could help?
Ah, but my friend, if I had a wondrous item, I would be wearing it myself. Sadly, I have no such articles. Alzier's downtown does not quite carry as much as I'd like to procure.
Okay. So
Man of my
you want
means is
healing
still
potions, gunpowder,
limited by the
and
environs I live in.
Noxious gas release bomb thing.
And I have a feeling I'm gonna be trying to go straight for the mage to keep him occupied and not casting crap at a lot of you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like my assumption is that I'm not probably not gonna be able to kill him, but my job is to probably use that poison, paralyze him, use the smoke bomb to kill him out, and just keep him from doing shit to everybody else. Hoping that Serena can deal most of the damage, and I guess the rest of the party can focus their time on the elf.
Well, if it helps, I just got a heavy armor master, so that's -3 damage to non-magical physical attacks against me. So I'm gonna be really good against just swarms of goons.
Mark, I asked Mark, how well can you drive a carriage off road?
Off-road, on-road, as long as it's good old Toril, I can take wheels across it.
Perfect. Okay.
It's when the when Toril runs out, am I right? He
So
punches Rigger in the
okay,
shoulder.
So if we figure out where they're going, we don't need a big car. We just need a car that's like big enough for all of us to fit in, and we figure out where they're going, and then we try to head them off. Like we try to, because they're going to probably go at a slower pace than us, right? So then we get Malcolm to off-road us, and we go around, and then we head them off. We find a place up the road they're going. We set a trap, and then once they pass through, we light for the fuse, and then we go for it. That's the best plan.
Seems like a plan. I agree.
Also, all this, does Duke have to be a squirrel, or can he be anything?
He could be things, it just costs me to change it.
Well, would you be willing to change him into something that has flight, so then we can have him be flying around the people around them, so then and then you can go see through his eyes while we if he's riding the carriage. So if you're near him, then you know. So you can't see him, then you know they're far away. But then when he gets in your radius, then you know how far they are, right? So then we have distance. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. I don't know how much distance we'll have, because it's like 100 feet.
How long does it take you to change him, and does he have to re-summon?
So, what, yeah, it would, I think I don't have the spell set, like ritual cast it, so it would take me 11 minutes, and then it costs me fucking like 50 gold or some shit like that in equipment. And I have the equipment.
You already used it. Yeah, you already have the equipment, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, I have the stuff. I have like 2 more uses I think of it. But yeah, it just costs a shit.
So I have the ability to summon a familiar as well.
That's what it is.
So I didn't, because I didn't want to summon a bird that would wind up eating the squirrel.
Okay. Do you have the reagents? Do you have the material components?
It's technically not a bird or a squirrel. It's a Fey entity taking form of a bird or a squirrel.
Right, it takes a corporeal form here on the planet, and then when it gets
Yeah.
killed, it goes back to its old. It's kind of like a demon,
Yeah.
but good. Point being
Yeah.
is
Those-
to change its form costs you guys money in the form of material components, so you gotta burn. What are those material components? Like a donkey dick and some hair off a giant's balls?
Some incense, charcoal, yeah.
There you go.
And I think some herbs.
So-
did Aldous pay that at the beginning? I thought.
Yeah, I bought enough for 3 uses at the very beginning.
Yeah, I tell people to manage their ammunition, reagents or ammunition, same difference. And good on you. Damn right. It's take 5 experience for being a good player.
So yeah, Aldous, can you change your squirrel into something that's light, that would be normal to be seen in the day?
Should I go like falcon or owl?
Not owl. Owls are not.
Eagle? Who's falcon?
Eagle, some
Do a
kind of.
crow. Do a
Hawk
crow.
or something.
Hawk?
Do a crow. Crows are everywhere.
Yeah, crows work.
Yeah, we saw crows on this.
Let's turn my little guy into a crow.
So while they're getting the stuff,
Takes me 10 minutes. And
Yeah,
stuff,
so-
and-
yeah, is it 10 minutes or is it an hour?
well, it might be an hour. I have to get to it. But if it's a ritual,
Yeah,
if
it's
it's
an
a
hour
ritual
for
cast.
All right. That's
Yeah.
what I thought too, actually. So while you chill out there casting away, who's going to meet with the alchemist?
I'll go with
Resvin?
Res.
Okay, Doc and Resvin. That makes sense.
I'll go too.
You're
Would
gonna
the
go in,
alchemist
Serena.
have healing
Okay.
Potions and all, and
Sorry.
would the alchemist have healing potions or no?
Well, Roderick said he was going to pull some strings with the
Okay.
clergy. So if you want to go and pick up, you
Yeah,
can do that.
I'll pick up the healing potions.
Okay, terrific. So everybody goes to run their errands, meeting in with the alchemist. The guy understands what you're after and says he can pull something off that'll burst out in, oddly enough, a 30-foot radius. He says if there's any winds, it won't hold, and chances are it'll have some sticking power. So if you get it on you, it might burn for a bit.
Napalm.
He says no, but yeah, but no. And he says it's all herbal. I assure you, it's 100% organic.
Sounds good to you, Res?
BC approved. There you go.
And
He
what
says-
about the what about the choking ones? I'm looking for like either.
That is the choking one.
Oh, that's the choking one. Oh, I thought that was the napalm. I thought that was the explosive, but okay, that works.
No. The explosive. And he says that's going to be 80 gold to build.
I'm willing to pay that. Keep my ass alive.
All right. The other thing, right? So as far as the explosive goes, he wants another 40 gold, but he will give you 4. He says I have to make enough mix. He says he has to make enough mixture for 4 of these things, but they're basically sticks of dynamite, and I'll look up the stats for that real quick. Dynamite!
Are you able to use a crossbow, Doc?
Yes, I think so. Let me check my.
Uh,
Yeah, crossbow. I am proficient in crossbow.
Okay, because I'm thinking if you use the crossbow with those fire arrows, you can light them at a distance.
Sounds good.
I
Yeah.
could do that with a firebolt. Aldous can do it with a firebolt, and so can Tomas. So,
I don't have firebolt, my friend.
Okay, so we have 3 ways of lighting. So I will give you the crossbow bolts.
So yeah, the guy actually, you know what? He'll just have 9 sticks of dynamite on. No, you know what? Fuck it. He asks how many sticks you want. And now here's something about dynamite. It's 3d6 damage plus 1d6 for every stick in the bunch, up to a maximum of 10.
That's
So
fun.
it's a maximum potential of 60, but it's also a dud potential of 6. 10, I should say. 10, sorry.
Yeah. For 120 gold. 'Cause he's-
Actually,
20
he said 40 initially, and so I'll say it's 10 gold a stick. No, what's book value on these? What's book value? Fuck, I don't think there is a book value. It says cost nothing, actually. So it's free, I guess, right? The old joke.
I'm happy with that.
Right? No, it'll be 10
Go to
gold
100.
apiece.
Just give us 100, we're good.
You know, with how expensive everything's been to date, let's give you guys a break, eh? It is, it is 1 gold, 5 silver apiece.
Okay.
So dynamite's actually pretty cheap. How do you like that shit, eh? But this is Arabelle after all.
Wow. Okay, I'll grab 5 sticks, so that's 75 gold, essentially.
Do you need a little extra gold to?
What? I said they're 1 gold, 5 silver apiece here.
Oh, 1 gold, 5
Actually, you know
silver.
what? That doesn't even make sense. They should be a little more expensive than that. So they are 7 gold, and 3 silver apiece.
7 gold, 3 silver. So if I ordered 10, that'd be 73 gold. Okay, so I'll buy 10,
Okay.
and I will subtract the money. Man, I cannot keep money in my. I got like 100 gold.
How many did you buy?
I bought 10 sticks. And I don't know how many Doc bought. How many did you buy, Doc?
I only bought one of the trick bombs.
Okay.
Are we in town?
Yeah, you're at Alchemist right now.
So the depth charges, Dooley,
Yo.
how are those? Because I have a bunch of those. So are they like dynamite, just allowed to be used underwater?
So you're gonna
They're
wait.
3
You never
pounds.
threw one of them, eh?
So the depth charges are 3 pounds.
Yeah.
And-
No, I was gonna count them with the stats of a fireball. Actually, is what I was gonna do. Just at a 20-foot radius.
Okay.
Sorry, not 20 foot radius. I should say a 10-foot radius.
Okay.
I could probably throw it pretty good. I throw it, you shoot it.
Awesome. Okay.
The good news is, once things are on fire, you just have to throw it close to the other fire.
That works. If we are in town and Rotherick said that the guy who might have more of those anti-magic manacles is in town, is it possible for me to pop into his shop?
Odds or evens?
Odds.
Odds it is. The sign says open. As you come towards Alzahir's Exotics, the placard hanging overhead squeaks as it sways in a light breeze as you enter in upon the place. There's an old gnome situated behind the counter. As you approach, he looks up towards you, and then you hear a voice from the back echo out, "Be right there!" The gnome gives a startled nod and then walks out from behind the counter into the open space, looking up towards you as he meekly looks back towards the counter space. And the old man walks out from behind through the doorway leading to what you assume is. Anyway, he walks through the doorway and comes out towards the counter, holding a long box, and places it down on the countertop. The whole of the store here is laden with all manner of bric-a-brac hanging off of mannequins or wall mounts, shelves of stuff laden with old bottles and some tins and containers, stones of all shapes, sizes, consistencies, translucencies. As he places the box down, the box itself is about 3 feet in length, maybe about 2 inches in height, and 2 inches in width. So it's just like a little rod of a box, but it is very much a small wooden box. The little gnome fellow, the old gnome fellow, comes towards the counter and says, "Hi, I see you've got it there, eh?" And he struggles to climb up onto a stool to get a better look. As he does make it up onto it, he doesn't bear you much regard, and the old man behind the counter looks over towards you and says, "Begging your pardon." And he stares at your chest for an awkward moment before he says, "Miss?" And he lets his eyes drag up towards your eyes as he checks to see if he's about to die, and then says, "I'll be with you in a moment." So yeah, this is the real article as we were, and he goes to grab a hold of the lid, and grabbing it steady, he takes a small penknife, wedges it, and squeaks off the lid. You can see a small rod of, it looks like gnarled wood, but it's been painted, and the gnome gives out a low as he looks upon it, says, "If I'm not mistaken, that's the real article. Oh, I can't believe my eyes. I'll take it right now." Oh, what'd you say your price was? It's kind of, and he thinks for a moment. This one is 175 platinum. And the gnome gives a nod at this, and he mutters a few words, snaps his fingers, and draws a space in the air, a little circle, and then reaches in through the hole to pull out a small sack, puts it down, reaches in and grabs another, takes a moment as this circle of astral space whirls away with a bit of a succious noise next to him as he counts out coin and then places one of the sacks back in, pushing the sack and the coin towards the shopkeeper. The old man shoves the crate towards him, and he dutifully takes the rod out, shoves it up the sleeve of his robe, takes the box, throws it into the hole, and goes like this to close the hole. Then looks towards Serena, gives a wink, and jumps down off the stool. "Pleasure doing business with you, sir. Have a wonderful day." Alzahir, the old man, introduces himself as such with a bit of a bow and says, "What can I do for you?"
An associate of mine, a patron of your shop, had acquired a set of manacles that could aid in dealing with a troublesome mage. I was wondering if I might acquire something of this sort.
You wish? Yeah. I have quite an odd circumstance with this. I received a shipment of various goods from a Kalashite prison for this purpose, you see. The same contact that sent me the articles you speak of initially sent me said box. This shipment, unfortunately, is not as good a quality as I would hope. Several of these not so effective. Potency seems to wane over time. I have a few, perhaps they are good enough, but they are still valuable, you understand. You wish this still?
How much will it be?
I still ask 80 gold pieces, 8 platinum piece for this. 3 crowns if you count them that.
8 Platinum pieces.
Yeah, tricrowns. Aha. I like in the silvery sort of color, yeah?
Serena ponders this for a moment before saying,
You know they say there are two class of people in Cormir. There are those who count their monies in tricrowns. And then there is everyone else. And Serena does what?
if you are concerned with counting money, perhaps you are familiar with my associate. Rob would surely count your assistance in this matter as a personal favor. Perhaps your price might be more negotiable, or even go on his credit. I'm sure he will be grateful for all of the assistance.
And who is your patron? Who is this you speak of?
Roderick, the renowned banker.
I do not know this Roderick. As a large dragon rolls off in the distance. Anyway,
What?
nothing. Sorry, I was making a joke.
Rest assured, my friend is quite affluent and will be more than capable of paying you back.
You watch as the fellow looks down, Alzair, and he looks up again, and he says, "This is not an individual that I believe I have an account with."
Sorry, what?
He says, "This is not an individual I believe I have an account with."
Then perhaps this presents an opportunity to get off on the right foot.
Throw me persuasion.
9.
You can throw me an advantage.
What?
You can throw me an advantage.
Oh, thank you. 13.
Passable. The fellow, he's gonna nod along with you, and he's gonna say, "I am surprised to find such eloquence come from you, I have to say. Okay. He gives a nod at this. I will send a writ out towards this Roderick. Can you give me an address? And, I mean, you can.
Yes, I provide him with the address.
Okay.
And I thank him for his cooperation.
So you're gonna, sorry, you're asking him for how many of these?
I figure 2 probably I ought to do. Like, one for Burgess and one for the new guy if he is a mage.
Okay. Okay. Roderick takes a moment, sifts through the crate, and picks 2 out. They seem in decent enough shape, that is to say they don't have a lot of tarnish upon them, and they are of a completely different sort of design than the others. And what you also see is that the manacles, they look kind of like if you imagine a batarang, or if Batman had handcuffs. Batman does have handcuffs. They're like bat cuffs after a fashion, and they've got some etchings up the sides that in Elven reads, "I shall restrain and hold. I shall hold until time ends." And so the script glows a dull sort of blue. You notice that one glows more brightly than the other, but they're both pretty dim. They both have a small gray block that is attached to the shell of them. So if you imagine that this is a manacle and this is a manacle and there's the center metal piece, this is just stuck to it. and they're both sitting kind of loose and open.
Okay. Will these only restrain the hands, or would they provide additional benefits against spoken spells?
Anything upon the person goes completely inert. I'm sorry, anything upon the person goes completely inert.
Very good. Right, so I pocket these two, and
You don't pocket them. You don't pocket them.
Oh.
They're pretty robust.
oh, okay. I guess I put them in my backpack.
Either that or hang them off something. I don't really care, but they're not going in they're not, yeah.
Gotcha. I guess I will put one in my backpack and one on. No, I'll put both in my backpack.
Okay. Before you do, the fellow shows you how they work. Quickly, he just clasps them closed and then takes the block off. And he says, "They are now locked." Now, I put the block, and he puts it on, and you see it just like sticks on, if you imagine a magnet, and the thing unlocks within, and it falls open. And he's, now it is unlocked. Yes?
Yes, this should prove quite useful. I thank you once again.
Keep note. Any key work. Any key. There is no specialty to this. Any key will work. As he holds up the block. So if you imagine, it's quite literally a magnet that engages the release.
Gotcha. So just anything metal could deactivate it feasibly?
No, anything magnetic could unlock the manacles.
Lodestone.
Okay. Alright, is there anything else of interest in his shop?
There's lots.
A
Couple suits of armor, couple blades of different sorts hanging around. There's a cudgel over there. Ooh, look at that. It's a fucking massive maul.
That is cool.
There is a deer's head that looks like it's looking at you that you just noticed for the first time.
Pardon?
There's a deer's head that's looking at you, it looks like.
I do my best to avoid its glare and instead inquire about the mall.
He asks, "What do you want to know about it?"
Does it have any magical properties?
He gives a nod at this and he says, "Yes, most of the goods that I bring into my shop should have magical properties, lest I do not carry them. There is no interest otherwise to Alcir. That there is a very well balanced and manufactured mall out of the Dwarven kingdoms. Historically, this unit was used in war times, perhaps by a rather large, robust dwarf or a human, or perhaps," he looks towards you, "other race of slave." And he lowers his eyes for a moment and says, "It sings through battle, as it, as I understand it, provides better accuracy, better striking power. So it's a maul of +1.
Gotcha. I think I'm gonna pass on that, but like no cloak of protection or anything of that sort.
You look over towards some of the mannequins and you see that he's got one with a set of robes on it. Do you want to just ask him if he's got any cloaks and other fashion and whatnot?
Well, something boarding is my intention.
I'm sorry?
I'm pretty good on armor. I'm pretty good on weapons. But,
Yeah.
like any utility items or anything that can provide additional protection on top of just armor.
I'm asking you for specificity, though. You're asking about this cloak. I'm asking if you want to ask about specialty items, fashion, that sort of thing. Is there anything you keep in the back? That sort of thing.
Okay.
Is that something Serena would do?
Serena would look for she would look for some sort of edge. Just anything to protect her, because Armorant almost took her out.
So Dooley's saying, how over will she ask? Like, how pushy will she ask? She sees this thing, Is she the type where she would need to see it in order to ask about it, or will she ask for more?
She will ask for more because the slave comment kind of rubbed her the wrong way.
Fair. As you implore upon, the fellow says, I keep a trunk of some things that come through. Throw me odds or evens.
Evens.
Alright, here we go. Terrific stuff. As you implore upon, the fellow says, I think I have something you may like. And he pulls out a trunk within which you see all sorts of cloaks and clothes and such and so forth. They're all well made. They're all royal fabrics, velvet, crush velvet in some cases. They've got some high collars on them, some sweeping bases. They sort that drag on the ground like a foot behind a person. They come in all sorts of prints. There's robes and cloaks and breeches and tunics and whatnot, all folded together. And he says, I have never really sorted these things. There's more than likely one or two articles in there of some magical repute, huh? But I am not an expert. For all my years, I have never bothered to learn. I go on instinct. I say this, there may be something, but I don't think so.
Can I call in, Resvin to do detect magic on it?
You were
take me a
with...
while,
you were with them. The question is, would Resvin have stuck around?
I thought I was at the Alchemist. So I need to go
Yeah,
see
Resvin.
So the...
about armor, but
Yeah, no, that's all good. The question in my mind is, would you have detoured to go with Serena to the Alchemist? To Elzir's Exotics, or would you have gone directly to the Smith?
to the
Smith.
Smith.
Isn't that what you said you wanted to go to?
I wasn't sure if the exotics. You know what? I'd hit the exotics first, for sure, and then I thinking that they would have magical armor.
Right, fair enough. And as you enter upon, your eyes are easily attracted towards, hey, look at that. Several mannequins, as I mentioned, that have several pieces upon them. You note this one over here. It's a chainmail, fine and shining. The word I'm looking for. This one over here is a sort of banded / splint, and this one over here is a chest piece with leggings. Terrific stuff. Looks kinky.
So if I roll an Arcana check, I rolled a 23.
You look at with your Arcanic check, you look at the sign hanging off of it, and it says imbued with 100% real protection magics, and it's spelled with a CK in the old fashion, so to speak. With that in mind, the fellow behind the counter who's speaking with your companion looks towards you at some points, but doesn't really pay too much mind. As he concludes business with Serena, he looks towards you as you inquire about.
I need something. So I'm looking for a breastplate, and
That would be
I'm
the
looking for a shield.
breastplate plus leggings. That's the suit you're looking for. And he looks towards it and says, yes, it looked tarnished, but I assure you that is 100% imbued. There was a magician who passed through. He showed me this piece. He says his bodyguard put it to waste. He says he's better off no bodyguard. So there you go. You want?
Is
Sorry,
it
why am I
size?
talking like fucking somebody else here? So dude off Star Wars Episode 1. He says,
Is it,
this came to me from a magician who met with some bad luck.
oh, bad luck.
Yeah, he said imbued with a bit of protection magic. You can see upon it, though the blade marks and tarnish are somewhat there at the edges, the surface of it seemed to gleam all sorts of rainbow colors in the light. You will find it is appearance-wise very magical, and also when you wear it, it will protect you as none other. And so there you go.
I will try and negotiate him. What's the price on it?
Excellent question. Let me just roll that for you here, sir. He looks upon you and says, I am willing to part with this for paltry amount of 40 platinum. 40 of the tri-crowns, yeah?
Oh, but you said it has the stink of bad magic, or a bad luck on it. I smell it and I rub it and the stink of bad magic. Way too much. 33 platinum.
As you look upon him, he just steps backwards and says, my apologies, I did have an egg sandwich. Throw me persuasion.
Persuasion? Alright, let's see. And 11.
11?
Yep.
Just be. He says, I'm sorry, but the price must remain firm. With a 17 plus bonus.
I asked him if he can throw something else in with it then. If he can throw a shield in with it.
He gives a nod at this, and he says, certainly. I see that you are a warrior of some class if you are to be with this individual. And he gestures towards Serena. I can surely throw you in a small shield, small lord.
Okay. Is it enchanted as well, or?
It is not, however, I assure you, it is of fine craftsmanship.
Okay. I look for the nicest small shield I can find.
Actually, he presents it to you. As he walks over towards the end of the wall behind the counter, there's a bunch of shields on said wall, amidst whatever other bric-a-brac he has there. And above a bunch of crossbows, there's a buckler that he pulls down and brings towards you. It's got an etching of a dragon wreathing around it, and shimmers slightly in the torchlight as he brings it towards. And he says, this particular unit is quite shined, as you can see. In the brightest of daylight is able to point light into the eyes of your enemy. However, it is not magical, I assure you. Though, at times, they say it feels as though it might be, imbued by Lathander himself.
Okay, I take the two. I ask him if he has any rings or charms, like necklaces and charms.
I have quite a few.
Okay, and I bring over Serena, and I tell her these will be of interest to you.
Okay.
As you look down towards the various necklaces, you see one that has several arrows hanging off of it. It has 5 arrows hanging off of it. It is a gold dainty necklace. Each of the arrows seems to be a silver unit, fragile in appearance. And you see another necklace there. It's a robust chain of gold. Other than being quite a robust chain, you don't notice anything specifically magical about it. However, it is 100% gold. The next one resonates with a strange magic that you can't quite place. Sorry, are you guys running Detect Magic? Why do I remember somebody throwing Detect Magic in here? That didn't happen. You did? You did throw this. Okay, cool. Sorry, right. I'm gonna have to look it up. Sorry, I can't remember the fucking type of magic off this. It is Please hold. It is a transmutation aura. A deep, strange purple that seems to pulsate from purple, black to green, and back to purple.
Could I do an Arcana check?
You may.
And 12.
You recognize that it's a strange blend that could almost be called a conjuration, but it is not.
What does it? What I ask him what he says this does. What does this do?
So far as I know, it is a necklace. It makes it difficult for somebody to hit you.
and I say, my lady, of interest.
I sell this for 100 platinum, though. I paid.
But a
I
woman
did
of
pay
your fine
50
taste. And
platinum.
surely something
for
like this
this.
would be, would be a boon to your business to say you have sold to the finest ladies.
He gives a chortle at this.
Okay. Serena takes out the suit of Cormir Splint. I offer you a trade.
He takes it from your grasp, looking it over. Yes. What would you offer then?
I would offer this magical splint, clad in the glorious sigils of our country, in exchange for your amulet.
He gives a nod at this.
Okay, I make the deal.
Done? Yeah. You can take it off the tray.
And what?
Magical split +1 for amulet of protection.
But I've already got magical plate +1, so. Hang on, hold on. If you want to talk me into.
I don't know. I think it's a perfectly good deal personally, but to each their own.
Do you
Resvin
want
is
to
there, so
talk
he's looking at you
to
conducting the
a better
deal.
bargain?
Hey?
You know what? I don't say. I'm just like, my face kind of like turns color. But I don't say
You know what? I will say, you detect some sort of magic on the cloaks or whatever, right?
on the cloaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you which ones. Or I point to which ones have a dome around them.
Okay. There is one amidst them that has a dull essence glowing out.
Is there one that has kind of like fuzzy edges on it, like it's hard to see?
No. No, there is not.
Okay.
Okay.
But there is the one amidst them that has a strange dark purple to black aura. You recognize as a necromantic aura immediately.
I will ask him if he can throw that into the bargain as well.
He looks at the armor and then looks at the amulet and then looks at the cloak, and he gives a shrug. Certainly. Certainly. I am happy to be rid of it.
You have identify?
I do not, sadly.
I do, but I don't have the gem for it. Or the horn for it. It's on.
Isn't it just an expensive spell? I don't know why the guy's Italian suddenly, but whatever.
It's 100 gold piece pearl.
It's not consumed though, right?
Nope. Oh no, I didn't know that. I thought it was.
Hey, we got a banker. He's probably got something.
I've got a gate that I could probably trade half of it for anyway, or whatever it's called. It was from Lazarus's sword. It was in the pommel. It was a giant purple gem. It was garnet.
Did we get everything then? Are we?
I ask him if he's willing to throw in some more platinum on top of this. If he's so happy to be rid of. I ask him if he's willing to throw in a bit more platinum on top of this. If he's so happy to be rid of the cloak.
He shakes his head and says, "No, this is a material deal."
I look to Resvin asking what he makes of all of this.
Did I do the Arcana check on the cloak?
Well, you have detect magic up, so
That,
You
that
already-
just shows me what kind of magic is there. But if I do an Arcana, I could probably.
it's not.
No?
No, it's like detect magic already. It tells you already. Like Arcana just tells you like it's magical, right?
Well, I was under the impression that detect magic tells you if it is magical. Arcana might give you some insights onto how it works.
Well,
You
you need to
recall, it measures your ability to recall lore about the spells, magic items, or whatever. It may be, I know of, spells, or sorry, a cloak with this and this on it has been, rumored to have these properties.
Yeah. Working.
So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't want to belabor this either.
No, I think I should. I suppose I will make the trade, the amulet and the cloak for the splint. Again, I've got +1 plate. The splint is useless to me.
Yep. And it's too big for me, so. I think it's too big for all of us.
Well, magical armor automatically resizes to whoever puts it on.
One size level. One size level. Right. You take the amulet off the tray. He puts the tray away. Taking the armor with a chain-like stunk off of the countertop. He puts it away. He gives a nod as you take the cloak out of the trunk and closes the lid a moment later, pushing it off to the side. And he says, "It's been a pleasure."
Likewise. So, at the first opportunity, I guess, if Rothric owns a pearl, to cast Identify.
Are
Is
you
that
guys
okay?
in? Because I have identified and a pearl.
You do have a pearl. What? Cool.
Yeah.
Remember, I had with retro that I had a lot of.
Yeah.
This guy has a receipt for 3 purchases of another spell's reagents. Like, of course he has a
I did
pearl.
not remember that.
Yeah, because both of these seem vaguely sinister, so I don't want to put them on and get cursed until we figure out what's going on.
Did you throw Arcanic in the end?
Pardon? Yes, I did. I rolled an Arcanic for each of them.
And what did you get on that?
The
You got a
first
12
one.
on the first one. I
I
remember
got a
that.
16 on the first one.
16. Okay.
Um,
You can tell quite literally that they're not of an evil sort. You don't get any preternatural vibes off there that are trying to consume your soul or nothing like that. It seems pretty clean, all things considered. Necromantics like this typically, they don't feel good, but they don't feel bad, and that's really the sign you're looking for.
Okay. Yeah, I'll bring them back to Aldous at the first opportunity.
Sounds good. Who was picking up the potions?
I did.
Right on. Coming in upon the church, you enter into the main chambers. Throw me investigation.
Oh, say 20.
Some odd? Fantastic. You easily find
Yeah.
the individual you're looking for. He gives a nod towards you as you come towards him, and he gives a simple statement of, "You look like you're looking for someone specific, and I think I'm the one you're looking for. I'm the
Well-
alchemist about here. I put together the drafts and such.
Well, Roderick said that you might be able to lend us some potions. So.
Rindle, pleasure. Yes, I can do this. And Roderick sent you is meaning that you're looking for a few of these, am I right? How many did he promise you, though?
I would say 5, maybe, if you can't, but if less.
He rubs his hands together a bit. Good to hear. 5's a good number. I'll be right back. And he looks around and then deeks away. He appears some moments later, and he has in his hands a box with a cloth thrown over it and a few books on top. And he says, "Here are those books that you're looking for, then, sir.
Perfect.
Have yourself a wonderful day. And tell Roderick I'll be sending him the parchments he needs."
Yes, I will, definitely. Thank you.
You leave, clinking away. Sorry?
Yeah. So can I look underneath the books and see if there's 5 potions in there?
There's 5 bottles clanking away with a bit of cloth loosely stuffed between them to keep it to a minimum.
Perfect. And I walk back to Roderick's place.
You do so.
Yes.
And who's left?
That's
Aldous?
Aldous is somebody.
I got stuck at the post casting Find Familiar.
And as everybody comes back from their respective doings, Aldous, who has stalwartly been converting his familiar.
By this time, I've probably been done because it only takes an hour and 10 minutes.
No, it's true. It's true, actually.
3 hours.
You're watching like
take an hour though. We said we were gonna take an hour.
Yeah.
because-
You're watching on the patio as they're coming towards the place, just as you're like, poof, done. And they enter a pond. And we cut to black. And everyone's fucking prepped for the mission at hand, am I right?
Yep.
Oh, is there time for him to do identify on the stuff that I bought?
As the credits roll, it shows a montage of you going over the gear with the identify spell. Are you spending the fucking spell slots on this?
I cast it as ritual. And it just
How
takes
long?
me 10 minutes.
It takes you 10 minutes?
So it takes 11 minutes.
11 minutes, right. Okay, that's fine.
But I also give him some shit about, like, I wanted to go to a spell store. A magic item store, too.
Fair enough. Literally you guys have purchased yourself an Amulet of Protection +1. Is it Amulet of Protection? Hang on a second. Let me double check the stats on this fucking item. No, fuck off. Yeah, Amulet of Protection. There we go.
Amulet of Protection from Turning?
Huh.
Is that what?
No, you're gonna have to make a custom item out of the Ring of Protection. The Ring of Protection is a thing. The Amulet of Protection is not. But the Ring of Protection is actually +1 to AC and +1 to saving throws.
Nice. Is it okay if I just add Ring of Protection and we count it as an amulet?
No. Dupe the item. Take care of your clericals. Clerics save. That's what they do. Anyhow, as the credits roll, you guys are going through doing the thing. You don't actually have to roll identify, just so you know, all the time. I say roll, but I mean cast. Point being is you can do this by just taking a short rest with an item. You can identify it. So newsflash for you.
Yeah, but it's an hour for that, so we don't.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Just want to make sure everybody's aware of that. So you guys spent an hour. You guys have in total spent 2 hours, and if you must know for the meta purposes, have spent 4 hours over and above when the scout returned. Which no, sorry, it's 3 hours when the it's 3 hours in total from when the scout returned, and 4 hours from when the scout left the docks, saying that they were collecting the wagons.
Yeah.
What's up, Brandon? Long time no see. So yeah, that is that. Otherwise, yeah, Sean, would you like? Jay, was your report was released?
No, I mean, it was very, role playing heavy this time. Trying to figure out what to do with these pieces.
After like 3 sessions of ridiculously intense combat, eh?
Yeah, I was okay with not dying this time. So,
Yeah, no shit.
It was good. It was interesting to have to make the decisions and figure out how we wanted to play this.
Right on. Ricky, what'd you like? Was your report was released?
You know what? I love the interaction that you had between Roderick and Amareth. I thought the only thing that would have made it better is maybe if you wear a wig and you kind of like strutted back and forth. I was kind of seeing almost like a Shakespeare kind of thing happening.
Yeah, they were both sitting and having tea, though. I mean, she was bound with gauntlets, right? Or manacles.
Yeah, no, I mean like you just putting on the wig and then using her voice and then taking it off and standing in the other position, talking back.
I've thought about it. Don't tempt me. I mean, I get the fetish of me in a wig, but like seriously.
Yeah.
Charlie, right? What? No? Yeah.
There's nothing I didn't like.
What'd you like the least?
Just how long it just took to move through the different pieces, but it's just perfect works, right? So that's the absolute. I wish we did more.
Charlie, would you like was perhaps least?
I loved all of the RP and interacting with, I really enjoyed our interrogation of Armorant and all of that. That was a lot of fun. Oh, I guess one other thing, we also identified the cloak. So what's that?
Oh, right, sorry. So that's another 10 minutes. Excuse me. It is a cloak of nourishment.
Of what?
Of nourishment. You never need eat, and you only need 4 hours of sleep.
Cool.
Damn.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, that's another high point for me. I'm very happy.
You still
with
need
that.
water. You still need water.
Gotcha.
That's great. That means me and you do watches.
Perfect.
Watches.
Okay. Yeah.
It
no,
is
really happy with
just for the record, the cloak is
attunement.
it's got a dull burgundy for the inside and a crushed velvet collar, and then a fine leather striping along fur exterior. It looks pretty royal.
Got it.
It's pretty thin though, so it doesn't like incur any heat upon you.
Oh, by the way, are either of these attunement?
Oh, actually, you know what? The amulet, I believe, is not.
It is not.
Hang on a sec. Let me double check.
Yeah, ring of protection you need to.
No, you don't. I'm looking at it.
Ring of protection?
Yeah, it just.
And that-
Oh no, it does. Sorry, it does say it right there.
Ring of protection.
Yeah, no, they got the stat card, and then it fucking roll 20 does weird shit with the text. It does absolutely require it. And the cloak. The cloak will not require it. It's fine. Actually, odds or evens.
Odds.
Are you a gambling man?
Why not? It's served me well so far.
It is, in fact, a 19, so odds it is. And, in fact, yeah, you're fine.
So no attunement?
No attunement upon that item, sir. You're fine.
Cool.
The breastplate I got, you said it was magical, right?
Yes, it's a +1 piece,
Okay.
and it's got leggings, like metal leggings that wrap around, and they've got nice flexibility and shit. So you're like half Tin Man.
Groovy. Oh, I should have taken the armor, the battle mage thing instead, or the battle artificer instead of the.
Yeah, so just to let you know, Doc, now you have disadvantage on stealth checks. FYI, when you wear that.
Plum, what do I have that I'm...
No, not Doc, sorry, Resident, sorry.
Like, I don't have disadvantage.
Nope. Breastplate, you don't have disadvantage.
Yeah, you do, for sure.
Nope, I checked it out for sure.
Breastplate?
Breastplate, you do not. Breastplate, you do not. Scale mail, half plate, you do. But you do not have disadvantage with the breastplate.
Okay. Okay, never mind. Sorry.
It's all good, dude. So with that all said, Justin, would you hate was remembers the least?
Loved all the role play, everything with Armorant, the kind of love thing going on at the beginning with her and what's his face, our interactions with her, just the whole role play, the whole night. The callbacks for myself that I didn't realize were going to happen, that was pretty cool. And as far as what I didn't like is I didn't get to go shopping. We didn't kill anything.
Oh, fair enough, because you were doing the ritual.
You know. Yeah.
What callbacks do you speak of?
I don't remember. Whatever you gave me 5 hit XP for the 2 times, I don't remember what.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Oh, it was like the spell stuff the one time, and then something else. I don't remember what the other one
No,
was.
fair enough.
Yeah,
We're not.
and I didn't even. Like I said, I don't remember what they are now, but I just remember those, and I was like, wow, it was completely just out of nowhere.
Yeah, the only person to get into violence this time was the bard.
Yeah.
That's very true,
I-
actually.
I definitely thought that he would be on board for helping her out, but I didn't.
Oh, no. Yeah, well, my backstory is really kind of like I'm not into. Well, yeah, my backstory right with Tomas is he doesn't like that she's trying to like weasel her way out of it kind of thing. You'll see.
Yeah.
And on that note, Ted, what'd you like? What'd you hate? What's remembers the least?
Yeah, roleplay is really fun. Like I like your roleplay is really like your acting, but like how you switch between Armrant and Rockrick between during that conversation was really good, cool, and really fun to see. I just personally the shopping episodes are I'd rather like fast forward through them. Like that's that's probably like my least favorite part of D&D, but like it's gotta happen.
The chopping episodes?
Shopping.
Oh, shopping.
Oh, where you go to the shops and I only
Yeah,
roleplay the shops that mean something or matter in some fashion.
Yeah.
And it sucks that they are kind of filler-ish, but at the same time, I think some folks dig on them and some folks really don't. It's true.
Yeah. That's probably I've never liked shopping in D&D, so it's just like I'd rather just like it's just like oh here's your selection, you pick it and you're fine. That's how I like doing like shopping, but like some people like to act that. Yeah.
Well, I'll definitely like skim. Actually, no, I never skim over shopping. I love role-playing shopkeepers.
Yeah,
There's
no,
reasons though,
I'm
because
pretty happy
the truth is like shopkeepers are a lifeblood of the countryside, and as you're adventuring through, the more relations you make with the city, the better. And I try to keep abreast of that. There's a reason for that. I'm not trying to be like defensive or justify it. It's just like this is how I'm always thinking of the sim and the world building and the relations that players are building within the world. So that's what it is to me. Like the shopkeepers and everything like that are a minor or even quite major form of world building for me, as a matter of fact. Anyway, I'm kind of babbling. Sorry to take over there, but that's what that is all about. If you care, is just that's why that's always so
They're your
robust.
support network, right? Like they're the ones who are going to take care of you. If you
Yeah. That's kind of the thing. Is like if you build relations with shopkeepers, that shopkeeper is gonna help you out when you want a crossbow that shoots a little further and harder and whatnot. That's the way I'm always thinking.
Side quests, they're gonna give you tips and hints. And
That's what I'm saying, bro. Man. Like that. That's exactly the thing. So, and you thought the other one sounded like a crystal shop. Actually, I'm kidding. That was
Is that what happened?
no, that was the same thing. It was just a host thing. It was the exact same one. But no, just a side note. All those sound effects are from Thief the Dark Project, the best game ever. Yeah. And with that said, sorry. What was your favorite part? Was the roleplay? Just everything going between Armorant and Roderick? Right on. Yeah, no, that was my favorite part. I like the pacing for the most part. I'm sorry I didn't fit any combat in, but I don't know. I always have a problem shoehorning shit in as opposed to letting the natural flow of it go. And with this campaign specifically, I've always felt that it's been to the service of the campaign to let it just roll naturally. So hence why I don't just, you know what, there's got to be a battle here or there or whatever. You guys have been doing really good with, you know, your strategies and tactics so far. It is the medieval times. Nobody has a cell phone camera to take pictures and be like, these are the guys. So nobody has any idea, right? So moreover, nobody necessarily has any idea of where you guys and Roderick might be. Right?
You get XP.
Yes, you did. You gained another 500 XP this session.
Wow.
Okay, well, next week should be a big battle if we get there, man. We'll see.
Now, I just want to state something again. Nobody should know that Roderick's in town necessarily that shouldn't know.
Yeah.
Right?
Alright.
Yeah. I think we've been doing a good job of keeping it like the whole metagaming thing, right? It's not like, I go searching.
Oh, you guys
for-
are metagaming horse at times. It's terrible at times. It like really is. You guys, if like honestly, there's times. But for the most part, you're abreast of it. There's times.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you're pretty good, sure. But there's times.
What am I missing? Because granted, I've been at it for a long time. Like, what is this we're talking about that we're screwing up? So I know.
No, it's metagaming. It's like playing, allowing your character to act on information that you know as a player. So it's like,
It's player knowledge versus character knowledge.
Got it.
yeah,
So stay within your character. Don't
that's what it
have
is.
them
Like,
fill in bits and pieces.
yeah.
So, I don't know. I mentioned it like several sessions ago, or Roderick would have mentioned it. Is that he was keeping a low profile here?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I name dropped him.
Not only that, but you gave out his address.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he did specifically send you there, and yeah, you know, he said, "Go. I've had dealings with this one. Go here." So,
But she didn't. The guy person didn't know that who Robert was even when Serena mentioned him. So now the person in the shop knows. So
Might have been playing. Who knows?
we'll see.
As an aside, Julie, the Dark Project, that game came out when I was, I think, a freshman in college, and I think I lost about 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks to beating that game.
I used to make levels for that fucking game,
Yeah.
and it's
I'm gonna
sequel.
head out, guys. I've got to work tomorrow. But
Right on,
see you next
Ted.
week.
See you, Thomas.
Have a good night, sir.
what's
Yeah, if they could make more levels for that game, man, I would lose like entire weekends.
Look for there's the dark mod for Doom 3. The Doom 3 source is open, and so it's actually a standalone game now. So if you want more Thief, I've played it. It's fantastic. It's dead
Really?
on. And, oh yeah, buddy. If you want, it's kind of akin to Thief 3 in the graphics quality, but it's still a terrific experience. It really does a great job of recreating. It's got the same light gem and everything. I played that game for fucking years.
Or can you co-op it, or is it like single player only?
I don't know actually. Honestly, I think they're experimenting with multiplayer. I think you can fuck around with it. I'm not sure entirely though.
I remember loving that game, like the whole mechanics of the sound and having to wear headphones to make sure you knew where people were coming from, hiding in the dark, using the sap.
Oh,
You
that
know.
game was incredible. I mean, as far as any game goes, it was one of those originals. It was honest to God one of those originals, like when Metal Gear came to PlayStation, like when Final Fantasy went 3D, that sort of thing. You know, we had stealth games, but we didn't have anything that did it like that. We had like the original Wolfenstein was actually
Syndicate. No. Sorry, not Syndicate. Keep going.
I was just gonna say, if you don't know, the original Wolfenstein was in fact like the original Metal Gear, in that it was a stealth game where you just flowed through and had to sneak around dudes and take them out and conserve ammo and etc. It didn't have any interaction. There was no story. There was no amazing glitz to the setting. But it was the original sort of sneaker shooter. So funny that. But point being is that model had been around for however long, and Thief the Dark Project was one of the first ones that really presented it to such a robust detail, such that the physics engine was such that you could crouch at the end of a ledge, drop off the ledge, release the crouch button, and your dude would have like a soft landing effect. It was little things about the game that they just snuck in there to really
Well, it was
improve.
like looking for carpet to stand on. If you went too far to the edge, you were off the carpet.
For
you were on
moss arrows
stone,
and etc.
sand.
and so
System
forth.
Shock.
Was the
System
next.
Shock was totally stealth.
So there's a reason for that, is that when you look at System Shock 1 was one thing. It wasn't totally stealth, air quotes. System
Two.
Shock 2 was, and it is more or less my favorite game ever. It kind of really is. For the fact that
is my favorite.
which one? BioShock?
Yeah.
See, BioShock was the spiritual successor to,
Yeah.
and does not have the robust code. BioShock is to System Shock what Skyrim is to Daggerfall. Does that make sense to everybody here?
Yes.
I haven't played enough new stuff, so it's been.
Have you played fucking Skyrim?
No.
Really?
I was trying to get him. into playing like a multiplayer Skyrim with me.
Did you ever play Daggerfall?
I have to finally find time and set up.
Have you ever played Daggerfall? Have you ever played Daggerfall? Have you ever played Daggerfall? Have you ever played Daggerfall?
No.
Okay, fair enough. So Bethesda, you're aware of Bethesda and this whole
Yeah.
series of games? Okay,
Yeah.
so the point of what I say is that once upon a time you had fucking Battlespire, but before that, no, Arena, sorry, and then there was like this game where you made a dude. It was like, imagine if some nerd was like, hey, D&D's great, let's make a video game about this. What's the video game about? Oh, it's just PvP, whatever the fuck. But you can't do network play, so you like fight whatever the fuck comes into the arena. Across you make a dude, you fight dudes in the arena, you gain levels, you fight stronger dudes, and there's like a story that you're trying to gain your freedom. Huzzah! We made a game, it's the 1980s, we made money. Let's make the next one. Battlespire, terrific, we made more money. Now let's what? Let's make the magnum opus! And so they did Daggerfall, and it was this randomly generated countryside that spans all of fucking Tamriel, and that was the original fucking Bethesda game. We're gonna put everything in here! Ah! And so they did. They fucking smoked a lot of fucking meth. I don't know, like hookers and blow, as Broussard said once upon a time. He was the guy at 3D Realms. Broussard, George Broussard. He did Duke Nukem Forever, Duke Nukem 3D and shit. He never finished Duke Nukem Forever. Randy Quaid. No,
Pitchard.
Randy, whatever the fuck.
Pitchard.
Pitchard, thank you. Pritchard or Pitchard? Either way,
Pitchford.
that guy. RP fucking made it happen, because RP does the thing. I'm a D&D channel. I know about this. The point being is that fucking that happened. This randomly generated fucking countryside, their magnum opus. And there was a storyline, and the game engine would generate the points of it throughout the fucking world. And so there was some hard-coded shit, but the fucking dungeons were completely 3D on top of that, and they were completely fucking random generated as well. Like, imagine that for a moment. This is 1988. I lie, probably, but no, 1992?
1988 was like Wolfenstein kind of time.
No, I think even Wolfenstein came out. 1996 was Daggerfall.
96 was Daggerfall. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm looking this up as we're talking because I want to get the background. And
Yeah. And Wolfenstein came out in 92. So as I was saying, this is 1996. I'm 16 when this shit comes out. And so fucking randomly generated dungeons and shit at this point. And Quake
Oh, love Quake. That was
came out the same year. The same year.
produced by Nine Inch Nails. The music was produced by Nine Inch Nails.
Yeah, Trent Reznor still does soundtracks, and he does really amazing soundtracks at that, if you didn't know. TIL, eh? But point being is that this game comes out, and it's just this crazy concept that actually happened. The physics are, like it's buggy as shit, and the physics suck, and fucking you jump, and it's goofy shit, like whatever, right? But there's an economy, you can pick fucking equipment for days, and the fucking class system is insane. The class system, like you can pick a class, you don't have to pick a class, you can pick fucking skills and attributes, and so of course you have to randomly generate your attributes, same as D&D, right? Same as D&D is what I mean. But then your skills, there's just this list of fucking skills, Here's Skyrim, this is what it came from, And so long and the short is like, yeah, there was such a breadth of options, and they kept whittling it down until we're where we're at now. Skyrim's a fantastic game, like no question there at all. But like when you consider what it came from, randomly generated countryside, randomly generated world, randomly generated quests strewn throughout the place, and then still this main quest that meandered and made its way through. And I'm not to say that, not throwing shade at the game. It's just like there was so much dream and passion and concept behind this at one point that's all gone in the place of a very structured thing, but none of that random, etc. is there anymore. None of that is. It's so funny. All the other stuff was there always, day, night, etc. Weather conditions, north, south, wherever you went. And you could literally go across all of Tamriel. And I want to make the point that in all of the games, in all of the various Bethesda games that come out, each one deals with a section of this massive empire. Like Skyrim is literally Skyrim, the north, the Nordlands, to the north of the place. What is it? Elsewhere, the fucking expansion for the online game is dealing with just this country over here to the south. I can't fucking remember, but it's the land of cat people. The original Morrowind, that was the first modernization of the series on the console, was the land of the Dark Elves over to the Far East, and so forth and so forth. Like each of these games, there was one called Redguard that deals with people of, I can't remember where, the Redguard, the Nubian folk.
Hammerfell?
Hammerfell, that's the fucking one. Thank you. Down in the southwest. So like their whole series has addressed this. ESO has been huge, etc., etc., etc. I'm babbling for days, but the modernization, man, I tell you, how about that? What was my original point with this? Was this to that, the other thing?
moving from Daggerfall and all the way up to current day games.
Yeah, just comparing the games to each other. All right, well, that was a beautiful preach. I'm out of here.
Later, Justin. See you next week, buddy.
Really? It was beautiful. It was not like I was like, I'm just stick around for this shit.
I gotta say though, like I'm really happy with how this week turned out. I have an AC comparable to an ancient green dragon right now.
What's your total AC right now?
You know what? Actually, I didn't get those 2 complaints, and I gotta say the 2 things I think I have to work on is one is figuring out how to get some background so I know where these places are and where we're coming in with the history because I just don't know enough of it. And the second thing is figuring out what things I need to be looking for.
Brother, all of my
in a
shit,
store.
if you don't know, everything that I reference is straight out of canon for a reason. So I don't have to write this shit. It's just there. You can
So I
Google
gotta,
this
I gotta
shit.
look for a resource so I can go read up and.
You can literally Google the Iron Throne and get the full breadth of it, and then from there, you can piece together how I might have written this. So your character in the world who knows something about the world can potentially know something about the world. That's why I base everything I do on canon. Everything I do is based on canon.
I just gotta read. I just gotta find sources and start.
Yeah, for sure. But I'm just telling you, like you can totally dig into the Forgotten Realms and look up the Iron Throne, and you will get a quick gleaning upon what direction these guys might take, how their leadership works, etc., etc. And you know what?
That's why I had to ask when I was like, or is the Iron Throne
100% documented.
The military, like I just didn't understand the concept, but that's because I've been out for so long and I don't know all of it.
Oh, that's all good, brother. And what I'm telling you is at this point you can, as your position deigns, being a member of whatever thieves guilds, etc., blah blah blah. You know a thing or two about this, so that's totally fine. I mean, you can dig into that, and it's not necessarily meta knowledge, for you to go forth and know this stuff.
Okay.
So that's cool. Dig into it by all means. Like I say, there's a reason that I make this stuff based in canon. It's easier for everybody to dig into it, get a foothold in the world, and take advantage of what their character would know, leverage that, and, become a better player in the world.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And then the other one is just, I know a lot of the other guys have an idea as to what equipment they're looking for, and I just need to start figuring out what equipment I need to be figuring out that I need to get.
That's the thing about shopping. When I roll
way to save gold because I am bleeding gold like crazy. I gave 200 gold to freaking that hospital. I blew up a bar. I'm like 500 gold behind everyone.
Doc, if I might make a recommendation, boots or cloak of elven kind gives advantage on stealth. That might be a valuable tool.
Well, I was wondering about that because I started looking, like when you guys were shopping and going through all that, I was trying to figure out like, what would I be looking for? But could you get boots of elven kind for a dwarf, or do I have to probably get them tailored?
Those would probably shrink, right?
They'd probably swear at you and
magical items
reject you
to an extent.
You're cutting out Dewey?
Sorry.
They'd reject him for his dwarven heritage. Those elven boots. They'd be like, "Curse you, you drunken bearded fuck."
I'd swear at him too.
They thoroughly would, but in elven, so it sounds really flowery and elegant.
Have a little mouth and talk.
out the tips of the toes.
No, I did see someone made a handcrafted mimic mug the other day, and I want to get one for nights of drinking.
Is it pedantic that I think to myself, "God damn, mimics are only wood and stone"? So I mean, if it's crockery, it's got to be wood or crockery isn't wooden. I get that, but I was gonna say stone chiseled, which still technically isn't crockery, but it kind of is. And so,
I mean, this one, the cup grew legs. It's it's a wood cup, but it's grown legs. Mouth is open. One hand is covered in bandages where it beat the shit out of somebody. From what the hell was the movie? What the hell was the movie with Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Oh shit!
Bloodsport. He dips his hand in the glass.
Made him say McKay.
There's a mouthful like that, eh?
I gotta find this mug. The dude was promoting pictures of it. I'm like, that's fucking awesome. How do I get one?
What's up, Rosie? Dude, no, seriously. I was thinking it would be funny to have a wizard fellow just now. This would be fun to do. Wizard fellow that has there's a sugar bowl and a teapot and a bunch of shit that's all a bunch of mimics that, just fucking have an intelligence and will try to eat something or someone. like eats mice and shit around the place, but they never grow any bigger. They're just these miniature mimics that imitate various crockeries, and he drinks out of them and whatnot, and it's perfectly sort of fine. Perfectly sorta.
So I gotta find. I'm sure it's gonna be on Etsy somewhere, but it was fantastic.
No, I like that. I like that. I think
I
it's great.
follow a few guys that like create stuff and create like D&D stuff and paint and all that stuff.
Right.
If not, there's guys that'll make it for you.
There's guys that'll make it.
Yeah, there's a guy, his name is Paul Pate, and he just makes stuff. He literally does stuff for like the Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. He makes a lot of custom ring boxes. So right now he's actually working on a Sonic the Hedgehog ring box where you open up the head and the ring is inside. He's got ones that are from like Harry Potter. You know the snitch, right? He's got a snitch that opens up and it's got like the ring mount inside it.
Dude, that's super cool actually. Doing animatronics would be wild. I don't know. If I had more time, more independent of financial requirements, I'd delve into doing some robotics and whatnot. I got this like idea of how cool would it be to like set up mirrors, do holographics, blah blah blah, that sort of thing. But I don't know. What I got going on here is all right. I did see this Warlock stuff here in town that the hobby shop picked up, so that's kind of cool. It's Warlocks. And it kind of like, it's plastic Dwarven Forge looking shit that locks together at the base. So, my buddy James picked it up. He said he was showing me, saying it was pretty good. So, I may have to pick some of that shit up.
You just need to get you a 3D printer first. Like, there's so much stuff we will make with that. It'll be crazy.
I was looking at a Glowforge.
What's a Glowforge?
The Elegoo.
Yeah.
It pulls it up?
No, it's a on your desk laser printer. For building up models, building up 3D printing, and making lots
Thanks for the follow.
fun stuff.
What up, Codaddy? Oh, hey, Cody, is that you? I think that is Codaddy.
Yeah, they have some seriously large. There's one that's a resin printer, and it'll print almost 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet. So you can print like a full helmet. So you see cosplayers like printing out armor pieces, and they put them so they'll print out like the shoulder pauldron one, the other, and then they'll do like the breastplate pieces individually, and then a helmet over top of your whole head. It's amazing.
That would revolutionize the SCA. Can you imagine these guys making this crazy fucking armor? Like, dude shows up in fucking Daedric armor out of Elder Scrolls, and it's like tougher than whatever this guy's got out of Pickle Barrel.
I'm gonna head out for this week, but
We're not, Charles.
Great session, guys.
Good session.
See you next Thursday.
Have a good night.
Hey, Charles, how you going, man?
Have a good weekend.
All right, I'm gonna bounce as well, Rez, but I will get Steam loaded up at some point here. I will get it done. Just trying to get it done in the middle of right now. August is coming and peace is coming to my office. So when all the congressmen head home, my life will be a lot easier.
They're supposed to be off for the summer, don't they?
No, they leave for July. They come back for a couple of weeks. Right now, they're in a kind of a clusterfuck here in the U.S., like usual, because they can't figure out how to continue COVID benefits for people, and they can't figure out how to cut checks for any of the departments. So they're probably going to do what's called a continuing resolution, which basically says we're going to push it off till next year, and then they're going to have to deal with the COVID stuff. So that'll keep us busy until about the end of July, the first week of August, when all of them will get like itchy and want to run the hell out of town.
So Canada went, before Trudeau got in the first time, we had $1 billion in debt. $1 billion. When he got in, he said, we have to go into debt, but you know what, I won't go more than $4 billion over my 4-year term. He went to 13 million, was it, didn't we?
I have no idea.
And then he got reelected. So now with COVID, we are $343 billion in debt. How did we go from $1 billion to 343 billion in 5 years.
Well, that's a really good question. And you know what the funny thing is about that? Never mind the interest on this. Oh my god, right? Like, I don't even know how to begin to say this, but in short, it's one thing after the next coming out of the woodwork with the guy, and I wanted to support him, and now it's something's really wrong with the political landscape. Something's really just fucking wrong is the best I can put it. I'm looking
Take a
forward
look to the
next
south. You want to see scary?
Oh my god, right?
No, well, it's different scary. It's different scary. So Trump, you know what he's gonna do. Like he's totally easy. Like Justin Trudeau has the stuff he's doing behind the scenes is crazy. At least Trump, you're seeing what happens with him, right? Justin Trudeau, everything's behind the scenes. Like his family's like just got nailed for like putting people in place for this charity from the government, and like
I swear it's
You're right.
one
It
thing
is
after the
different.
next.
Our president's family got caught funneling money from cancer victims through his charity.
Yeah, I was just
A
gonna
little
say
different.
it's
But
one
now
after
at
the
least now they're banned from ever.
They're both
heading off
fucking
in charity,
charities,
so.
though. It's weird shit that keeps rhyming, and if you look into European countries, they're having the same things happen. It's like you remember when people were talking about conspiracy theories and blah blah blah. It's like it's not a conspiracy theory. It's just good business. That's the bitch of it.
It's just greed.
single-handedly killed the what is it? The Me Too movement. Justin Trudeau single-handedly killed the Me Too movement
He
because
didn't single-handedly do it. Nobody can single-handedly do anything.
That thing was a steamrolling engine. It was bringing down all.
He had
kinds
help.
of
He had to
people.
have help. Anybody who does that sort of thing, politically charged or not, has to have help. You can't do it alone. My point in this is that the bitch of it is people do it for money. Whether they believe it in it or not, they're just doing it thinking there's no damage or whatever the fuck. And they just do what they gotta do. And that's where the problem is. You know, we talk out of the left side and we do with the right hand something different. It's such a fucked up landscape that I don't know. I just hate talking about it. I just
Me too,
fuck.
yeah. I'm fine with that.
Sucks.
Yeah, we don't have to. It's just sorry, it's just a job.
No, it's,
But no, man, it was a lot of fun this week. You know, the role.
I mean,
playing
what I
things were
do,
really
like
good.
what you do for a job there, I try to simulate here, and I tell these terrible stories sometimes where it's like these terrible stories of people suffering in such terrible ways, and I have to like act out parts of like people losing their parents or losing their children or losing their homes or whatever to these tragedies. And then at other times I have to role play the people that are conducting these tragedies, you know, and take on their attitudes and their platitudes and their just their way, right? And I have to somehow think of that. And I like personally can't do that, right? And I hate thinking and doing those sorts of things. That's really difficult, you know, to like that level of cruelty, that level of sociopathy, that level of whatever, isn't something that I want to stoop to. And it's like it's
And you
funny.
don't
that-
want to be able to channel it well, but
yeah.
well, I
You
mean,
know what I
I
mean?
watched. I started watching the Jeffrey Epstein.
Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix. I think I got through about 10 minutes. Now I've got a 4-year-old daughter and a 6-year-old son. I got through about 10 minutes, and I was like, I gotta watch this in pieces because otherwise I'm gonna just like break the screen. Like it's just so fucked up. Like it's a whole nother level of
I've never seen it.
bad shit crazy. Yeah, it's a whole nother level of bad shit crazy. And you realize that it's out there, and like you said, I have to think about it. Right, how do I channel this evil person? And you know, like the
They have 16-year-old girls that are like recruiting other girls
Yeah.
into this stuff, and then they disappear, and you're like, what the hell?
yeah,
These are your friends.
it's absolutely bonkers.
That is bonkers. Okay.
So on
Right.
Saturday
Well,
morning,
because the easy guys are the ridiculous ones. You know, the ridiculous bad guys, the over the top, the James Bond villains, the over the top. That's easy to do. The sinister ones are or the creepy ones.
That's the thing that's been difficult in this campaign so far is providing villains that are interesting that way. And so far, they're villains that are a lot of times, you know, like Armorant's the first one that you guys have met who's a villain, and yet she's, you know, she's what's the word you use? Zealot for her country. You know what I mean? Believes that her organization is doing what's the best.
There's a self-righteousness.
Yeah. You know, this is the first occasion of like a sort of Hitler attitude. Like, I'm doing what's good for Germany. You know, like doing what's good for Corman. You know, that's the fucking attitude this bitch has. And it's the first time that you guys have come across something like that. And so far it's been, you know, victims of circumstance a lot of times. And so these victims of circumstance that I'm throwing out, like the Marshal back in Deadlock. I mean, you guys saw what happened to him. You know, you remember what happened to him? Do you guys remember that far back? What was that? It was only 4 months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Or hang on. No, not even. I want to say we're into session. Shit, what session are we on now?
I can tell you a date if I run back through my notes.
Point being, though, there's so many stories that you guys have come across, so many characters that you guys have dealt with, and you guys.
Yeah, we killed Aramis back in very much in May.
There you go.
So on Saturday mornings, it's kind of funny. There's a group of girls out in Winnipeg, no, Saskatchewan, and they do like these D&D brainstorming sessions. So one the first week that got me hooked was we were coming up with magical items, like kind of useless magical items. So one of them was like a wand of summoning cats.
Laces that tie themselves.
Yeah, but you know, and they would build up history on them, and then we started doing villains, and you know, we kind of had like the Stepford Wives kind of thing happening, and you know, like the mayor's wife wanted to keep control of her husband, and in order to keep him in power, she like has this book club, and then mind controls all the members of her book club through wine and stuff, and
that's awesome.
You know, and then they control their husbands, and you know, like
I feel pretty good about the storyline of this campaign. Not to mention actually the Waterdeep campaign. Cody's a part of. I was actually saying this the other last session on theirs. Like this campaign here, I'll say this is that I had a head start on it. The campaign was freshly started, and I had an inspiration for it, and then the COVID's hit, and I was forced to take it online. And when I did, I had to restart it. And in restarting it, I had ample opportunity to kind of imagine everything that made up what this campaign was. And so I approached it completely differently with the way that we did, and it's been largely awesome. I should think one of the best campaigns that I've run story-wise, to be sure. Yeah. As far as my other campaign goes, it's terrific. It works well enough with what it is. It's very freeform, very loose, and then
I love that because there's so many puzzles in there. Like it's all puzzle solving, and I'm like, I love this thing. Like the train track thing that moved around. And
that was Waterdeep actually. When we had to rotate the platform. Yeah, the sanitation department. They had a lot of fun with that. That one, the story is starting to robust with that. I'm becoming a lot more adept with that. So I, pat on my back and all that. But point being is I feel good about how I'm evolving and growing that. So that feels good, actually. For the longest time, it was very simply action-oriented. Like I like to joke about how it's D&D directed by Michael Bay for the lack of a cohesive story. But the truth is I'm finally getting there, being able to deliver this cohesive story as I deign required by the art, by the craft. So I can finally feel good about it, which is nice, actually. It takes some doing some days to prep all this. In fact, it took a long conversation with a couple other DMs to decide what route Roderick would want to take, even having seen you guys come back. Because I wasn't even sure if he would expect that you guys would make it back. And lo and behold, here you guys, and you guys have Armorant in tow, and here, look at the cat dragged in. And so you guys show up with her, all bound and gagged, and he's like, "Oh my God, look at this, revenge for this, you fucking bitch! Look at what's going on." But he's got to be a professional old banker dude. But inside he's like, "Motherfuck yeah!" You know what I mean? So it's this weird sort of position where, as an actor, I got to consider, what is this old man really going to portray? And so it's this confused situation of like, yeah, I'm going to keep you fucking chained up down next to my wines, you bitch, trying to hang me over. Like, you guys rescued this from a hanging. He was hanging over his hospital bed when you guys cut him down and then beat the shit out of his assassin. Like, this guy has a high regard for you guys at this point. It feels kind of like life deaded type of shit. Maybe less so now. Maybe not, because you guys escorted
we put his
him.
money back.
Well,
Not his money. Not his money. We kept the money. We put all of his shit back, though.
My point being, though, is like, at the end of it, money doesn't mean shit to him at this point.
Yeah.
You guys escorted him all the way back to Arabelle, where he hooked up with his brothers again, like all his friends. And now he's like, yeah, sitting pretty with all of his resources, all of his horses and men at his back, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys got him back to his seat of power, and he was able to be. That character was slated to die, and you guys saved his life. Like, death itself said, well, fuck it. I mean, whatever. You know?
Healing spell. Oh yeah, we need to heal you again. Healing spell. Oh,
Like,
yeah,
you
we need
guys
to heal
kept
again.
on
Healing
his
spell.
ass and kept him alive. And so, yeah, quite literally, the guy owes you a left hand. It'd be kind of the equivalent of if, like, he died and you dragged his ass into a church and been like, oh, bring him back to life. You know, at the end of the day, he owes you guys. At least that's how he should feel under normal circumstances, one would expect, for saving one's life. And so far, he's shown it, one would say, maybe.
Well,
I mean, I can't
he's shown
speak
with
for you
money.
guys. Yeah, it's
He's
one of
kinda
the many
taken
ways.
See, I thought, oh, you know what, I'll be your patron now. You know, like, so, yeah, it's interesting.
And so that's the thing, is like, yeah, quite literally, you guys have stepped into the position, and he's like, all right, I'll support you guys because you guys are supporting his objectives. You know what I mean? So he's down with that, and that's what you guys kind of want in a world where regular employment isn't really a thing. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why that's why my thought was to try and thread that needle. I know it didn't sell at the party, but try and thread the needle and see if we could answer both issues. You know, not be wanted people on the part of the throne, and
It's interesting where it goes. Like, you know, like, Tomas goes off in, like, one direction. I'm definitely off in another one. And, you know, like, there's just so many spectrums. And then, like, Tomas was the one to engage you the most initially with RP. And now, you know, Charlie comes in with Serena and it's
Justin.
all about, you know, and it's turned to a very RP, and even like Justin's getting in there, and so I think, you know, he needs a little bit of limelight now in order to kind of bring him in a little bit more. But it's interesting how it's morphed and where it like just changes direction, because I didn't expect too much.
There's always, when it comes to yeah, no, fair enough. Coming into it, you never really know who's going to take on what role, and so it's interesting always to see what tropes robust within a group. It's one of the benefits of having the role that I do is I see all of the chemistry at play, and I often say that the Dungeon Master is in fact playing a very different game than the players, in that the players are playing Dungeons and Dragons, and the Dungeon Master is playing referee. And so you're watching between all the players the rules at play. You're watching for your characters. You're watching for your storyline and the triggers that you have in mind. So it's very much, you guys are playing, you know, Sim Adventure. I'm playing Sim City. You know, it's like it's always a different game for the Dungeon Master that way. So it's a funny, I want to say dichotomy, but I don't want to use the term wrong.
It's not technically a dichotomy, but I understand what you're saying. Like, it's very synergistic, and your responsibilities are different. But
A
you know, like,
division or
there
contrast
is a
between
synergy
two
there. If you
things
don't
that
have
are
that
or
kind
are
of relationship,
represented
it
as
doesn't
being
work.
opposed. No, it is totally a dichotomy. Haha, yeah, right on. It is totally a dichotomy because it's a thing that is opposed, represented by its opposition. And so that's my
I
point.
didn't see it as being opposing, right? Because
No, I get what you're saying with synergistic. You're not wrong.
Us,
You're not entirely wrong with synergistic either, because they are. That one requires the other. They're symbiotic. I mean, you can't have one without the other effectively. But at the same time, they're a dichotomy because I want to say conceptually they're opposed. Opposed? I mean, I set up a world and you roll against it, so to speak. Does that work? I don't know if it's fair. But maybe I'm reaching. Maybe I'm reaching.
Level one D&D.
Viewers, vote with your phones now.
See, I think like level one D&D, level one D&D GMs or dungeon masters do have the dichotomy. It's kind of, you know, us and them, and it's a balancing act on who's going to win. And then when you get to a more sophisticated game, then it becomes this give and take game of what's happening with the storyline. Right, because there's a lot of times where you're very giving, and then there's times where you take and you direct.
There are times when I feel justified to take from people on a large
Absolutely.
scale.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm not saying
It
it's a bad thing.
it really depends on whether or not it's in service to the story, and I try to be fair about it. But sometimes life is unfair. Things like when you name drop the dude's name in the pawn shop directly and say, yeah, he's in town, this is where he's living, that can be problematic if said to the wrong person. Now, am I going to punish the party for that? Fuck no. You know why? Because Alzir is a loyal seller, and he understands the importance of neutrality. Moreover, he doesn't have any noted investments. So far as I know, I can check. But seriously, I have a record of like who's invested in what companies in Arabelle. And it's totally irrelevant to 90% of what the fuck you guys do. But now and again, you guys get the newspaper and something's relevant. So, you guys learned that merchant houses and shit are getting set to vote this week. So that's kind of important.
Can we pull the Russians and influence the vote? This sounds like fun.
Well, what really sounds like fun to me is, I mean, are you guys gonna go throw people out windows? Is that gonna happen? Are you gonna go defenestrate people?
Maybe.
Jesus.
Some ballots.
How much you
Shit,
need
right?
Will it get us closer to
The position's a pretty high one. How
Get
funny
us
was the
closer to the 10,000
Roderick ended up as a hand.
Exactly, right? Well, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, you know, this is kind of like a political thing. Like,
I'm just picturing Alice in a corner with Mage Hand just like waving his fingers and just stuffing things into the ballot box.
Do you know what I like? Just as a aside, is that twice in as many sessions I have alluded to the air quotes big bad without showing him. The first time in a montage, the second time in story. I think that's a good natural progression. This is my pat on my back right here. Right up. I feel good about that. Thank you. I just wanted to note that for all you at home, feel free to throw me hearts and smileys. It'll make me feel better.
I am trying so hard to stay away from the whole metagaming thing. Like, I really am.
It's okay. I mean, I don't really mention it
sometimes
during
I just
game.
don't understand. You know what I mean?
It was fine.
But-
I don't really mention it
But
during
I
game
won't
for the
bring
most
my
part.
information into the character's decisions.
And if I screw up, I just hope somebody points it out because it's just I try not to screw it up, but if I do, just a little tap on the shoulder doesn't hurt.
I mean, I have fun with it. At the end of the day, if I feel the need, I'll razz somebody. But otherwise, it's not a big deal to me. A lot of times, I consider it just a natural sharing of information. If something's really questionable, I absolutely bring it up. But I don't, for the most part, have an issue with folks sharing information between one another. It would simply make sense for a good group to do so.
Yeah. And there's a lot of context. Like, I mean, if you're living in that world, you are exposed to some more stuff. Like, you know some of the stuff that's going on.
I look at it as a thing of what's smarter for your survival, and that's the route that people will take. And that's typically what it is if somebody is doing something that they don't want the rest of the party to know about, they'll note that they don't say it. Is more often than not the case in my games. And I take some pride in that because that tells me that for the most part there is trust factor. There is that golden circle between all the party members. They have the same idea in mind of what the objective is. We're all working towards this. But then the occasional bit of greed spikes in there and they say, I don't tell them about that extra 20 gold.
Yeah. And you know what? That's totally fine. I am starting to think that we have to allow Tomas to take some nasty hits.
Yeah, see, I
less trust. He's like the face.
A little bit of appreciation for us big guys.
Like a good stab in the back.
Jesus.
It's really funny because when you talk about the metagaming thing, and this is maybe where I can see myself getting accused of it, is like I think about like when I used to go out skateboarding, I think about like when I go play baseball and everything else, and like we could all be standing around having a conversation, and of course, like in the middle of all that, like I'm having two other side conversations. Like I send shit to Rez during half of these games and pictures and stupid crap.
Are you passing notes in class?
I forgot to load Skype this morning today. Sorry.
I sent it to the group and everything else. It's like those little side things that I would say anyway. Like get a load of this asshole. Like it's not like I'm saying it out loud, but I'm saying it enough that the people that I'm with would be hearing it. And I don't know if that's falling into that trap of metagaming where I'd be bringing that across or...
I mean, like I say, if it's a big deal, I bring it up. At the end of the day, if it hasn't come up, if you're questioning it, it hasn't come up, and that should tell you enough right there.
Right.
I mean...
I wasn't trying to be like a psycho demolition guy, but dynamite just keeps falling in my head.
There's one in every group, and you're him, Rick!
See,
you're that guy!
I thought that was napalm. I thought that was yours with the sticky stuff. I was like, you got napalm? That's awesome. But I'll take the choke that sticks to people and they're running around. I'm cool with that.
Yeah, the 1d6 choke with the secret effect afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that one's gonna be fun. That one's gonna be lots of fun.
This is a lot of fun.
One bad wind, man. One bad wind. That's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, no, I'm glad to hear that,
Mention
man.
that.
Because honestly, I have a lot of fun writing this shit, so it means a lot when people tell me that it goes off well. Like my last section,
you to really pull out a wig, honestly, and like do burn in one spot, and then you pull it off and like stand behind.
You know what? I considered it. I'll be honest. I did consider it. I did because the roles are so intense. It's been a long time since I've had any reason to fucking wear any sort of costume. But what was it? The story's getting intense, and it's like one of the first ones where I've gotten so much so. The last session that I did there, it was like I wrote so much for the storyline, but I forgot it's an action-oriented thing. It's like Thursday game seeping into my Tuesday game. It's all bad, I tell you. I'm losing my Michael Bay to Shakespeare over here.
You know what? It's good. It was entertaining. Like I didn't say anything because it was entertaining. I was genuinely entertained. Like it was good. And then you had the music going, and it was like I couldn't figure out like what you were trying to say with the music, and it like brought a different tone to it, and it was good. It really fit with it. It was just like, oh, what's going on here? I can't wait to see what he says next.
Right on. I'm glad everybody enjoyed it. Honestly, it's it's a bitch sometimes coming up with what to do, and this one was a bit of a challenge. I mean, it should seem natural enough. But to come up with all of what everybody's doing when there's so many moving parts can be a bit daunting, and coming up with a semblance of an idea that works well, it took some doing. So I'm glad everybody enjoyed it.
You did well.
Right on. It's like 11:30. I'm gonna let you go, Ricky. It is late. I apologize, sir. I hope work goes well tomorrow.
I had a nap, so I'm kind of wired. I'm like, how am I gonna fall asleep? I'll figure it out. So I am. I don't know if I can keep doing Thursdays though. I love this game more than you can imagine. I spend
what? You're quitting?
It's starting to creep into my professional life. Fridays, I'm kind of a zombie, and I can't be. I have to be on all the time at work,
Yeah.
and it's affecting. So I need to get to a point where I make a decision on how to manage this better, and whether that is through, like saying at 1 o'clock I'm out, or whatever. I need to figure that out because it is creeping into my professional life, and I cannot have that.
I understand, man.
Have
But-
you tried speed? Oh, I'm gonna make that joke, but that's a terrible joke.
Speed?
I just remembered. I was
Can you
bad
imagine?
choice. I know, bad choice. I said it first, and I should have
Oh, yeah.
stopped myself.
No, you know what? That is totally fine.
Yeah.
So I'll give you a bit of feedback. It was a guy that my daughter went to school with, and he went out onto the streets. He left home and went out on the streets and got into some really, really hard stuff. So my daughter was just feeling like the guilt of trying to reach out to him. She's like, I could have saved him, but really, like, he was in his own place, and now she realizes that. So she was just like, she was carrying the guilt of someone who's dealing with somebody who has a heavy depressive personality.
So are you saying that playing D&D is like the guy going out and scoring heavy depression on the streets?
No. So he was talking about speed, and then I was saying that the guy that my daughter was friends with died.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that my game is like speed? I take that as a compliment. I just want to say.
No, he was saying he was tired, and I was about to make a joke, say, have you tried speed? And then I remembered the earlier conversation and said, strike that from the record.
Oh shit! I totally forgot about that. Now I'm an
You're
insensitive
totally
asshole.
you're speedball, dude.
God
Like,
damn.
you are meth and cocaine to the extreme.
You know, did you ever see Lord of War and they introduced the brown? I'm imagining the white. I don't know.
Yep.
Anyway, I think that was racist. That might have been racist. God damn.
No idea. Sorry.
This day and age, everything is.
Everything's racist. That's it.
You know what? People are recreationally offended.
Yeah, I love that saying. I fucking love that term. Absolutely adore it. And it's so true. It's so true.
Are we still live before I tell the story?
We are absolutely still live.
We are absolutely still live.
Oh, yeah.
All right, but I'll hold the story off for private time before the next event.
This is great. I love hanging with you guys. Sean, you make me laugh. And I mean it so much, man. You're fantastic.
Thank you, brother. It's always good. Like I said, I got to get the computer running. I got to learn the mechanics of Skyrim. I was trying to figure out what I needed to pick up, if I needed to get a controller, or if I could do it by keyboard. Or I just haven't played games.
So,
in so long.
do you have an Xbox or PlayStation?
Neither. I have a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old. I try and play nothing.
That's right. Oh, what's this?
I don't know. It's just some stuff that I made. This one right here is a spray painted piece of frame. They're not spray painted, just painted over, acrylically painted. I shouldn't say spray painted. A little bit of foam. So that's kind of a cool landscape. I want to get some of those plasma balls, like little ones, to fit into the holes here. And then we built some scaffold over it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so that's for a campaign coming up whenever we get around to the next session of that. And then I built this too, and this is another piece of fucking foam. I know, right? Look at the front of that shit.
So it's a church, and you're gonna have the fog like rolling through.
I mean, I don't know of a church that has a giant pipe going through it.
Well, I didn't know if you're just using that to pipe the fog into.
That would be neat too, eh? Fuck, I'm not that smart. You're that smart.
So I will tell you this. So we do a haunted house for our neighborhood every year. Like I've got a 20 by 20 tent, and we build a haunted house, like a big maze, walkthrough, that kind of thing.
That's cool. That's cool.
And we actually use a fog machine, and I took well, for the larger size, you could probably use smaller tubing, like Rez was just saying, but we use the hose off of your dryer bed.
Yep.
And I got like a big hole, big freaking rung in it. It's got about 100 feet of this, and I run it to different parts around the tent, and that way I can have fog roll in underneath the different sections of the haunted house.
So the problem with my thing here is that
I got a big cooler you run it through.
My fog machine actually has a slit on it. I've got to get a mouthpiece made for it, and
printer.
Well, actually, I'm wondering if I can get the measurement matched up to like a vacuum head. But anyway, yeah, probably a 3D printer is the way to go. Let's be honest. My point being is that the ideal sort of system, I've already designed it in my head. If you imagine it's this crazy piping and valve system. I mean, I'd go into it, but I'd fucking bore the shit out of everybody, I think.
No, you're talking to a bunch of
You're among friends, like PEX tubing with small stopcocks. Yeah.
So I'm talking about like just some slim tubing, runs the length. It's got holes to disperse the fog. And if you imagine for a moment a three-way valve that seals, lets through, just an on-off valve actually at each corner that lets the stuff all the way through. If I recall, I was talking to myself. Yeah, just a little bit of PVC running down the length of the table on either side. I think I was talking to you about this, Rick.
Nope,
And
but
a
I'm
loop,
totally in.
anyway, sort of a loop back system that would disperse the fog to the first layer. That's what the three-way system was. So there's a three valve switch, and so long and the short is one is closed, and it disperses here. One is a pass through, and one is both. But the last one is the pass through, if I remember. Man, it's been a while. I'd have to draw it out. Anyway, crazy valve system that I had an idea of once upon a time, but clearly ain't worth shit. Hang on, I'm gonna drink another one here and tell you about another great idea I have.
I need to get a bigger fog machine. So I have one of these just 120 volts, and you know, you can run it for like 5 minutes and then it shuts off for a bit until the element winds up heating. But I need to get like a 220 volt.
The beast from I got the big one from for us at Spirit Halloween down here, and I ordered that one and it's been fantastic. I mean, it fills up a 20 by 20 by 15-foot high tent in no time. Like,
I'm trying to imagine seriously here a fucking fog machine that works off at 220. Like this thing the size of a dryer, just poof, fucking puts out a cloud in somebody's face. You know?
Yeah, you just have to worry about it burning people.
Fucking so much Newfoundland in the guy's face, he starts pissing Screech. Like, what the fuck?
Go big, you know, Tim the Toolman Taylor.
What was the other thing you were talking about? You said you got the fog machine idea.
Oh no, that was well, I mean, another idea I have is and I think I've said this before, and these are pipe dreams, you know, no pun intended, but take the sand out of the table, put a bunch of speakers in a tile pattern underneath, and then put a strip of plexiglass across it all. Okay? Now each of those speakers would be wired to like a soundboard that matches to the grid. And so you can put in an analog amount of force. So how hard you press the button is how much force comes through on that speaker. And so you bury them under the sand. Now imagine for a moment you press a bunch of them at the same time. What happens?
The whole thing's going to shake.
Liquefaction,
yeah. So you wouldn't necessarily get like expulsions or anything. There wouldn't be that much force. There might be a little bit.
It'll give you tremors of like something large walking kind of deal.
Yeah. So, yeah. Earthquakes, tremors, etc.
I was gonna wonder if you could do it just with air.
Yeah, I thought about doing it with
where they,
If you did air jets, you would totally. Yeah, it would be absolutely possible.
Actually, all I would do is you get a motor and then use those rumbles, right? And then it just kind of shakes. And
same kind of idea. Using little vibrators.
Yeah, you just get the ones, so you just get it to kind of like spin, and so that area will like just
shakes. Yeah. See, originally my idea was the air passing through for the eruptions that you'd get. I guess kind of that would be the ideal. Doing the shakes would be cool for the liquefying effect. And you know, like sky's the limit really for ideas like you could literally do both of those. Hey, you just bury both. And
I mean, if you ever look up the science experiment for when they do ground liquefaction.
Yeah, no, I've totally seen it. It's just like shit floats in there. It's crazy. Aerating sand, it can be really cool.
Mark wrote with the hot tub, right? Where he did the air tub.
Yep. If you, I think I know the fog machine you're talking about. If you look at like PEX tubing, what they use for sprinkler systems, you might be able to find not only pretty cheaply the tubing that you use, the valves that you want, but you may actually be able to slice that pretty much with a with like an X-Acto, and it'll actually slide right onto that square head. Because if it's one you're talking about, it's got a slot, almost looks like a mail slot, probably about 4 to 6 inches wide and about half-inch high.
Sure. Yeah, about that quarter inch.
Yeah.
Quarter inch high.
Yeah, so that may work for you because basically you just pop it on there and it'll flow out through it. I mean, you'd have to have some means to seal a little bit, but even that you could do with a little bit of foam around the mouth.
Yeah, I was gonna say foam caulking, whatever the fuck. That'd be
Yeah,
cool.
I
Yeah,
would
maybe I'll
love
do that.
to do more. I miss when I was a kid. We used to like we mounted our GI Joes or He-Man everywhere, right? Like we used to keep pillows underneath and make like a giant mountain, and then we'd have like GI Joes in one area, and we'd have like string and
Yeah,
like,
man. I did the same shit. Yeah, all of that. Straight up.
and every time you do this, I'm like, it brings me back to those days, and I'm like, I would just love to do this kind of crap.
This is quite literally why I do it the way I do it. Is because I can't get away from that.
Yeah,
I'm not
really
kidding.
6 years old.
It's well done, man. It is very well done.
Yeah, I mean, this shit looks alright, I mean, the scenery and whatnot, it's basic. But it addresses what you need.
It's awesome. It's fun. I can't wait to see what you do with the next one because, like, setting up the city. So you're gonna need to set up a couple blocks because they can go in multiple directions, and then like I can't wait to see. Are you gonna get some firecrackers? Get some ladyfingers in there. Like put it underneath and. Blam!
I'm thinking of grabbing some of the warlocks out of Quantum. We'll see the hobby shop here in town. Fucking, I don't know. We'll see what happens after my birthday. If nobody gets me that shit, I'll end up going and grabbing a couple kits of that. And I've got some card stock that I may build cities out of. I've been looking at different ways of doing it. As it stands, this wooden set that I have is fantastic, but it's starting to see its age, and pieces are falling apart. It's either I got to build new pieces or start replacing them with bought pieces.
Like I said, they have those resin printers. They're this big, 2 feet by 2 feet by 2 feet. You can print a whole building, and you just print like the outside. You don't even need to infill, right? And so you just use a little bit of resin, and then you get beautiful detail on there.
No, I feel you totally. That's more or less what I need is a bunch of scenic buildings. But a discussion for another time. It's late. You yourself were complaining, Ricky, about zombieism at work. So I bid you adieu, sir.
I make bad decisions.
It is what it is. I'm a bad influence as well. Sean, always a pleasure, my man. Until next week, sir.
Cheers, gents.
And to you watching at home, may I say thank you for watching. It's been my pleasure to be your Dungeon Master, your entertainer with my fantastic palette of personalities that is my plethora of players. Again, and until next time, may your 20s always land on 20. Have a good evening, all, and until next time.